I nominate Stephen McCullah for the position of the President of the United Allied States. One of the world's fastest and most extendable blockchains, Apollo currency.
Done. Completely
Done!
done. It's in beta. It's very, very close to being released.
News is we had to settle for a Learjet.
We've got decals coming. It's about to go in for its armoring.
It's insane, right?
Love that. Yes, yes.
This is Pinakee. Naik! Yes, Pinakee.
Prospect and find claims up to $10 million US.
Look at this guy. I don't think he's in good health.
Well, there's over 80 articles about people like Danny.
I only lost 5,000, and I've had so many people contact me that lost 10,000, 60,000, 100,000. Well, probably one of the most intelligent.
Now you're stroking my ego.
I think that they need to take care of the community. I think they need to right the wrong.
I put in $37,000.
Boom.
It's currently worth like 20. So at launch, it's supposed to be worth 90 at launch.
The listing price to be at the distribution price of 25 cents, and it was at 5 cents, which pissed off a lot of people.
This is the type of people that a LunaOne associate with. So see you later, Dan's Road to Riches. Sorry, get that confused. Right, so let's go into the lawyer's letter. So
Hypertech is the company behind LunaOne and is associated with Apollo Fintech.
£1,000 in, so he wants his money back. You've got Tracy, you've got Anne, you've got Susan.
I think Phantom needs to learn a very painful lesson. Don't be ashamed if a car went off the road.
I am telling the truth. He is lying. His LinkedIn has now been altered.
So Steve stole someone's copyright
now and is all promises from a dev team that has not proven one bit of a competency yet.
Stephen McCullah, we will make you famous. So famous, you'll remember me.
Oh, there's my mate. Dan's Road to Riches, ex-convict.
Will be good. In fact, we had backing in Canada, but we're working on another one in Switzerland, which gives us another correspondent account.
Hello, I'm Danny DeHeck, aka the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, and I have got a video that has been in the making for a couple of months about Stephen McCullah. Now this guy is one of the biggest scammers and compulsive liars that I've ever met to date. I've been involved in researching him since I did a video exposing LunaOne. I had 3 people that alleged that they had been scammed by him, and I videoed them telling their story and why they thought he was a dirty, rotten scammer. And a lot has unfolded since that video has been put on my YouTube channel. As I said at the beginning of the video, I didn't know anything about LunaOne, and I was basically listening to the people that I was interviewing and letting them tell their story. Well, lots has unfolded since then. There's a brilliant community in a Telegram group that basically has been gathering information about Stephen for the last 4 years. Some of the claims that he makes are just so unbelievable that they sound too good to be true, and I have evidence in this video that I will show you that this guy is just full of lies. He is a compulsive liar. He has threatened people's lives. We've got correspondence of him asking hitmen to take people out. We've got videos that I'm going to go through in this video showing you him exposing people's home address. He's absolutely think he's the king of the world. He even has his own country. He's 33 years of age. At the age of 22 years of age, he decided to do a Kickstarter campaign telling people that he was going to go to the Congo and hunt for live dinosaurs. He raised $29,000 in a Kickstarter campaign, and I think that's where he got the idea on how to use other people's money to get what he wants. I have been chatting to him. He doesn't like the video that I've got online, So he's gone to a website and pretended that he's gone to, now get this is ridiculous. He's told everyone that he's gone to 110,000 reporters to write exposing articles about me and the research that I've put together on him to expose me. He's been chatting to me in my LinkedIn, on my LinkedIn, and then he's deleted all his messages. And then he goes on to Telegram and he chats to me and he deletes all his messages, but I've been capturing these messages. And in this video, this is going to be a cornerstone video on exposing Stephen McCullah. I've done a lot of research on it. So we're going to start off, I'm going to show you how he was elected the president of the United Allied States. What is that? Well, it's an organization that was set up, I think, because he wants to mine for gold in South Africa. Now, he's an American guy, and if you want to mine for gold in America, as an American, they don't like you. And so he's decided to start up his own country. Now, there's a game involved that he swears he has no association with called Gold Inc. And in that game, you can see one of his staff actually promoting the game, and I've got video evidence of that as well. We've got competitions where people are told that they were going to win Tesla trucks, Cybertrucks, and sports cars, and $3 million. We've got another video of 10 people who won some competition. I don't even know the name of the competition, to be honest. But ironically, 3 of the people that won were influencers from another scam that I've been busting from Hyperverse. And it just shows you that this guy will do anything to fool people out of their money. I got a cease and desist letter from a local lawyer company telling me that I needed to remove the videos and stop defamation. So in this video, I'm going to show you that lawyer's letter, and I'm also going to show you the reply that I am about to send, but I wanted to do this video because I want to include this video to the lawyer. I actually know the lawyer company relatively well because I used to know one of their partners really well, and I've explained that in the letter. I have 15 to 20 people that are demanding to have their money back, and I'll explain the whole process in this video. Now, as I said, this is going to be a cornerstone video, which means I'm putting everything into it. I still want to have a life, but I've gone through 4 years worth of photos and screenshots. I've built up a whole library about Stephen. And this one here, if you're thinking about doing any business with Apollo currency, I've forgotten the name of it already, GLX, I've forgotten, but anyway, that will come out. So ironically, his company is actually called Hypertech, which is Hypertech Group is Sam Lee's and Ryan Jew's company, but he's got a company called the same thing. So it's really confusing. So what I wanted to do first is just give you a sort of an overall picture of who Stephen McCullah thinks he is. And this is the guy that's on the screen right now. It's the guy that's actually going to elect him in as the president of the United Allied States, which, if you're like me, you won't even know what I'm talking about. But if you've been involved in Apollo currency for a long time, you've probably seen this video. If this video gets too long, I will timestamp it along the way, which means if you go into the description, you will find information. But just before we get started, I just want you to go to my website, which is deheck.com, and in here there's a contact button. And if you click the contact button and you have any news about Stephen or any scam or Ponzi scheme that you have been involved in and you want to tell me your story, please go there, give me your name, your phone number, your email address, the country you're from, the Ponzi scheme or scam, the investment date and how much you lost. And if you want to keep it anonymous, please let me know. And that's what I'm doing. My name is Danny DeHeck. I had a whole page feature in the New York Times. They nicknamed me the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. My personal mission is to name and shame anyone that is running a Ponzi scheme or a scam. Now, this isn't a typical Ponzi scheme. It is they don't have a product or service, so you could say it was a Ponzi scheme, but I'm calling Stephen McCullah out as a scammer. And he's a compulsive liar. And he's very articulated with his words. He's very intelligent, and he trips himself up, not all the time, but quite a few times. and I've got evidence. So one of the funny things about my cease and desist letter, it tells me in the letter that his lawyers are telling me that he is the owner of LunaOne. I put my cease and desist letter on the internet, and people in the community were surprised by the fact that he admitted that he owned LunaOne. The next thing, he's on the internet telling everyone that the lawyers that were sent the letter to me, he was so annoyed with them because they didn't listen to him and they mispublished information about who the owner of LunaOne was. It's just lies after lies after lies. So let me introduce you to Stephen McCullah. Now, if this video gets too long, I will break it into part 1, part 2, part 3, etc. However, I want to do just one great big long form video, and then when people comment, hit the like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and they discuss things, we can show you how it works. So the last video I did, it's only had about 1,500 people look at it. It's had 260 comments. And as you can see this unfold, my personal agenda really is just to expose this guy for the liar he is. So let's not wait any longer. Let's get straight into it. Let me introduce you to the President of the United Allied States.
I want to thank all the congressmen for attending. I bring to the attention of Congress the matter of the election of the President of the United Allied States.
I nominate Mr. Raymond Richardson. I nominate Stephen McCullah for the position of the President of the United Allied States.
I nominate Stephen McCullah for the position of the President of the United Allied States.
So there's only two people, as far as I could tell, there's only two people that got nominated to be elected, and there's only 3 people doing the voting.
Aye.
Those 3.
It has been confirmed that Stephen McCullah will act in the position of President of the United Allied States. I would like to welcome you to the first official inauguration of the President of the United Allied States. Please welcome our President-elect, Mr. Stephen McCullah. I, Stephen Andrew James McCullah.
I, Stephen Andrew James McCullah.
Solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Now, normally about now, I'd play an elephant in the room, but I think it's more fitting in this case to have a dinosaur. So if you can hear in the background, every now and again you'll hear a dinosaur. Because Stephen is a dinosaur hunter, and he is also the President of the United Allied States. So let's hear his inaugural speech.
First, I want to thank Congress and all the members of government that have led to this point. I commit to leading the UAS as one nation under God. I commit...
He said, under one nation, under God. I don't know who his God is.
...to establishing the UAS as a light, a beacon of hope in what many refer to as a dark continent. The goal of which is to stop the expanding threats in Africa and abroad, such as Boko Haram, ISIS, and...
Now, on the right-hand side, you may need to put this into full screen mode or watch it on your television. And basically somebody said, Steve, tonight you won't get much sleep. Although there's a lot of people involved in the government. He's basically saying there's a lot of people on the ballot, and he's honoured just to be nominated. And he said the first US election was a joke at the time, and now it's the most powerful country on the earth. So that's his own message in Telegram that somebody has forwarded to one of the Telegram groups, so we can read what he's saying about something like this. And that's at the same time that this was happening. So let's carry on, Steve. Let's hear all about how wonderful you are going to be as the President of the United States.
And terror groups, utilizing the most secure and most cutting-edge technologies available, such as blockchain. This will be accomplished by using one of the world's fastest and most sustainable blockchains, Apollo currency. The UAS is predicted to become a top contender in the global banking industry within the next 3 years. And some of these rights include the right to no taxation based on income, the right to own and carry a firearm, the right to peacefully protest, absolute freedom of speech, absolute freedom of religion, protection from unlawful search and seizures, protection of funds from bank seizure, protection from predatory fines, protection from being stopped without probable cause, that with the help of my God, my cabinet, and the support of our citizens, I will do my best to ensure this nation's success and uphold the Constitution of these United Allied States. God bless you, and God bless the United Allied States.
Wow. What do you think of that, guys? So that's really interesting stuff. And also the United Allied States have passports. They have a website. And it's just an amazing thing. They also have a large budget where he claims that they are able to give him a jet. And you'll see photos of him in this Learjet. It does look like it's the first time he's actually been in a Learjet. And we can't quite get all the information together on what he's doing in this country because we've wrote to, if you really want to do well and help us, and this is what we've been doing, and this is why he's getting so pissed off. Every time we find that there's a country or an organisation that he's part of, we have actually been going directly to those organisations and asking them if they have heard of Apollo Currency and Steve McCullah. And we haven't got replies back from hardly anybody. However, every time we do this, we get some threat or some new YouTube video going online saying he's going to do terrible things to us and our families, which is just absolutely unreal. But what you're going to watch now is Stephen is actually telling you about the ecosystem, and he's going to tell you a whole lot of wonderful things that he's got set up. And the reason why I've got this video on here is this is the type of stories you get from Stephen. And this is part of the video I'm doing. It's all about you building a relationship with the 33-year-old dinosaur hunter, and he's telling you all these wonderful things. Now, any one of those things he's about to say in this video would be an amazing thing to accomplish in anyone's lifetime. He's actually got 12 major things in another video coming up that he's going to do for the world, and all because he's the president of the United Allied States.
On the mine, I can't go to the mine yet because of COVID. You guys might have a visitor center, but I can't travel.
So interesting enough, he is talking about having a gold-backed currency, which is a lie. If you do any research, no country in the world is gold-backed. And there's no such thing as having a gold-backed anything, unless you've got gold and you've got it in a safe to the same value of whatever you're proposing to do. So if he's proposing to be a $10 billion company and he's saying that his currency, Apollo, is gold-backed, he literally needs to have enough dough to put $10 billion worth of gold in a safe. Everything he talks about, he's saying he's gold-backed, but he's got a strategy to theoretically buy gold and put it in a safe, and he's going to put a camera on it so you can watch this gold grow in real time. So he's made a claim of saying he's already gold-backed, but he hasn't got any gold. He hasn't got any mines. We can't find any information. We literally have people in South Africa that have looked up titles on these mines that he alleges, and we can't find him anywhere. This is totally bullshit. This is no such thing as a gold mine. So people are going to have now, I don't know if you've ever gone to South Africa and tried to go into a mine, but they're heavily policed. So what Stephen's alleging to do is to set up a visitor centre and an accommodation complex where people can go along and be part of the gold mining experience. And that's literally bits and pieces is why I'm telling you this to fill in the dots that I couldn't get on video. But here he is showing a picture of his visitor centre, which theoretically, going by his other videos, should also be an accommodation complex. And people can go and watch the mining and the explosions and the whole process. And we've got some videos which we found on the internet from other sources that he's using to show his mine that aren't real. So let's carry on and listen to this elaborate story that Stephen's painting.
Can't see what's backing GSX. We wanted Stratus to be lightning fast. Right now, it is one of the fastest, if not the fastest, social media ecosystem on the planet. If you compare Stratus right now, the loading times with Facebook and Twitter, if you compare the content that's being loaded in the posts, we are significantly faster than both, almost anywhere on the planet. Even in South Africa, we're faster than Facebook, faster than Twitter. So we have the functionality of Twitter, we have the functionality of Facebook on two different platforms.
So he's basically saying his ecosystem is going to have Facebook, it's going to have Twitter, he's going to say it has TikTok, and he's also going to say he's got a YouTube, and he's basically going to copy everyone's idea and start his version of Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok. Did I say that? Might have done. And he's going to basically steal all their ideas and run it on his own ecosystem. So basically going to be a a one-stop shop country, and then he's going to use that technology that he's building and he's going to implement it in every country of the world. This is literally what he says. It's just amazing. I want to put more dinosaurs on. Let's do an elephant. There's an elephant in the room, Steve. You can't make this shit up, but he can.
Atrium, circle. We have the functionality of YouTube in our beta that's being done right now. Massive platform. Massive. Completely done.
Completely done. And then he goes,
in beta, we have our entire TikTok, replacement TikTok.
Wonder how TikTok is going to feel about that somebody's just ripped off their platform. Surely they have patents, whatever you call it, trying to protect their IP and their idea and their concept. But no, Steve's just going to start up his own TikTok.
Competitor, done. Completely
done.
It's in beta. It's very, very close to being released.
Very, very close. Everything is about to be released. Everything is an announcement. I mean, Steve, I know you're going to watch this video. What you need to do, mate, is you actually need to become a YouTuber, because you are just a media company. You just like doing announcements and you love doing videos, talking about things you're going to do. But you can't just keep saying you're going to do this, because there's no substance to anything you are saying. Nothing, not one bit. We've got a community of over 100 people that are adamant that you have ripped them off. And I'll explain how he's ripped them off in a few minutes. And he's made so many false claims. It's just incredible. And it's bigger than big.
A massive ecosystem. We are in a prime place. We have advertising systems on almost, if not every single platform that's going onto the ecosystem.
Did you realize what he said? He's got advertising systems on every single platform that's on the ecosystem. Everyone. This is how he talks all the time. It's just, I just had to show you this video so you sort of understand that a lot of people are gullible enough to believe him. And a lot of people actually, they say that there's 11,000 investors. I do not believe that number. And I've got 20 people that are willing to testify in the New Zealand High Court to tell any judge that this guy has stolen and scammed them out of their money. Now, you don't normally, I've been busting scams for over a year, which might sound like a long time, but very rarely do I get people so angry that they want to put their name out there and actually expose these scammers or this scammer. It's amazing. Everyone that works in his company is young. They're under the age of 25. And they are on the Telegram groups trying to defend him. It's absolutely a joke. I've got threats from him that a guy that, now I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here and I should just keep playing this, but this guy believes he has $1 trillion worth of gold in the earth and he's acting like an idiot on the internet. The things he's done to me personally are just absolutely ludicrous. And I'm going to show you every aspect of it. Now, if you've got any comments along the way, please post them. Post as many comments as you like. I will answer them. We'll have people in the community telling you. And also you can join our Telegram groups. You can see all the screenshots. You can see all the threats. I've also got videos of all the people that are so disgruntled with this guy and they can't believe that we can't stop him. We literally have a detective, or he's been investigated. We found out just yesterday who's actually going to take this case on. And we'll show you that hopefully in a video nearer the end of this.
From the advertising revenue and putting that directly into gold. You can watch it. We'll have a live cam that's going into back GSX. So Apollo will now be backed by gold.
So that statement alone is absolutely bullshit. Sorry, Steve. You cannot have a currency gold back. In fact, no country of the world, China, has 0.2% of their wealth secured by gold. Now, you're telling us that you haven't started mining. We don't even know. There's no gold mine. That's just total bullshit. There's nothing. He's never got a bit of gold. Now, he's telling you that GSX, which is functioning now, ready to be released, is gold backed. He's also telling you that he's going to set up cameras in a safe so you can see the gold that your currency, your cryptocurrency, Apollo currency is secured by, so you can watch the gold. And if you listen to the wording, which I will point out, when he's telling you this, it's actually all porkies anyway.
everything that's listed out, it sounds massive. It looks like it is massive, but it's huge.
Huge.
But we're talking a year until all of it's complete.
This was filmed over a year ago.
But the majority of it is already done. And we're already in the beta for most of it.
I think he's seeing dinosaurs again. Steve, is that a dinosaur on the screen? No, I think it is. Hold it, we'll get the music going. Let's play dinosaur music. Here he is, dinosaur. Brilliant.
So, amazing, guys. I've been waiting for quite some time to get this out.
The only bad...
Alrighty, so since he is the president of the UAS, Congress has given him a budget. So not just a jet, you're going to see some surprise videos in the future. We are acquiring some truly amazing things. So I don't know if you guys have flown much, but I've been to 35 countries and I've been on my share of aircrafts, and I can tell by the look at Stephen's eye, somehow he's actually got to be in a jet. Now, the other people in the jet, he doesn't film them, you can't see them, but we actually got about 4, maybe 5 videos of him in the same jet at the same time. And I haven't gone through, to make this video not boring, I haven't gone and got all the screenshots of him saying that while they've got the jet, they're going to do some filming. And what he means by that is he's going to do some filming to make out that he flies around in a jet all the time. But obviously it seemed like a one-off experience, him and his jet. And also he's alleging that the UAS, which is the United Allied States, actually given him a jet to fly around the country with, which is just total bullshit. So anyway, let's get back into it.
News is we had to settle for a Learjet. How are you? Let's get in here. Ooh. Well, I better take off. I better get off, but it's gonna be.
Now, that box on the other screen, I hope you've put this onto full screen. The gun room is coming together. Just doing my part to get guns off the street, laugh out loud. So that was on his, I think that was actually on his Facebook page. And you can see, if it's true, I don't know, but here's a whole arsenal of weapons. So typical in America, isn't it, to have an arsenal of weapons? But a lot of little things like this are actually out there to intimidate people. I'm lucky. I'm in New Zealand, Steve. Those guns won't reach here, eh? You'll have to use a lawyer.
Really good trip. I'll definitely...
So you're about to see a lovely trip where we went to Africa, and we were trying to find the African person. It looks like by the necklace that he's wearing that he was either a counsellor or somebody. And I've got this all coming up, so I'll let it play.
Updates.
Now, he flew into a country that's struggling in a Learjet, and he gave them some face masks. And if you look closely, you can see the word Apollo on the side of the face mask. They accidentally printed them upside down. So then I think he went on what I would call a gold mine tour with this guy, which is quite funny really, because that's why he wants the visitor centre up and running, and he wants to be able to take people on a tour of an active mine, so he can show them how he's going to back his GSX currency. So this theoretically is so that you are convinced that this is a mine that he's got theoretically 3,700 hectares of land, and it's meant to be prime mineral mining. And this is the gold mine. Now, if you listen carefully, you can actually, I don't even know if Steve's in this video, but I can hear somebody very carefully in the background telling them, give them some instructions about the material. But this does not look like $1 trillion mine to me, if this was meant to give us some feasibility. So you can see this. So the next thing I'm going to show you is Steve Now, the house he walks out of looked pretty flash, and we thought, wow, this guy's got some real money. No doubt when he pumped and dumped a Polo, he got quite a bit of money. My community is really clever. The house that he is staying in is actually, we found it on Airbnb, and he's just renting it. He's coming out to show us his new vehicle. I think he's got 2 of them because he's the president and he has a presidential car. So let him show you, walk through showing you his lovely house that he lives out of, and let us see his lovely car. And it's just a Toyota.
I just got back a little bit ago after a ride in the Beast, the first ride. I'm sure we'll come up with a spiffy name soon for it, but here it is right here. We've got decals coming. It's about to go in for its armoring.
So did you hear what he said there? The vehicle that he just taken possession of, can't even say that word correctly, can I? He's going to get decals on it, so he's going to get it sign written, probably with a Polo written all over it. And then it's going to get its armory. Now, I'm assuming that any president needs to have an armoured vehicle. And wouldn't you think it would be more logical to get the car armed before you took possession of it? Because I believe that you would need to do a lot more work than just put bulletproof windows and a few extra panels on the car just in case you get shot. I'm just thinking outside the square there, guys. But anyway, we've never seen the car with decals on it, and we've never seen the bulletproof upgraded version. This was just a story out of thin air that he thought he would add into another wee video on his phone. Let's carry on. This is Steve. And if you look closely, that's Steve's lunch. And I just couldn't help myself. I had to add this video in. This is another wee clip we got showing lovely birds and lettuce and a bit of cheese for lunch. Living the life, living the dream, Steve. Oh, wonder if you got any McChicken with that, Steve. I said that for my friend Sultan. McChicken, he likes McChicken. Steve McChicken, he calls him. Let's carry on. Let's see what happens next. I think we're getting on to the competition season.
Champion.
Okay, so now this part's quite interesting. This is just give you an overall of Stephen, what's he called, McCullah. Now in here, they're walking through the office. I'm not going to play the whole lot. And I've digitized these videos because I don't want them to come off the internet. If you're a YouTuber, you know why I've done this, and that's why they're in this color. But what he's doing here, he's creating a video to be the biggest crypto competition on the internet. Now, the promotion video for the competition isn't actually what the competition finished up being, but they use this to promote it. And I've got some interesting facts and figures. But let's get to the first part and let's listen to the competition they're going to run.
So the biggest buyers get the biggest prizes.
So the biggest buyers get the biggest prizes. I'll break that down for you because you need to understand this. What he's saying is the people that buy the most crypto will get the prizes. And that's the competition. The more crypto you buy, the chances, the biggest crypto winner or buyer will get the prizes. That's what he's just saying, right?
Love that. Yes. Man, Cybertrucks, supercars, and $3 million.
Okay, so what did he say? 2 Cybertrucks. Okay, so that's Tesla. 2 supercars and $3 million. I don't know, and some of it was in crypto, I think. I hope it wasn't his coin because that would be not worth much.
In gold and crypto.
Okay, gold and crypto. So you're going to get $3 million in gold and crypto.
So this competition is really happening.
Okay, so the guy that just threw the crypto coins out of the car, he's heavily involved, and I should have figured out his name, maybe Dan, I'm not sure. But anyway, why I'm bringing him into the picture, there's another game called Gold Inc., and he's in another commercial promoting that as well. And I wanted to link the two together because Steve claims that Gold Inc. is not his company and he has no association with it. However, they have gold and you can play the game and earn up to $10 million worth of gold. But let's carry on.
2 winners' dreams will be made, with prizes including a Tesla Cybertruck, a supercar.
All right, so now we've only got one Tesla Cybertruck and one supercar. And they did have a photo of a Ferrari. I don't know if that's a Ferrari. I'm not in the market for buying one. Yeah, I think it is a Ferrari.
And $1 million with our
So $1 million worth of cash, but I thought we were getting 3.
random generator.
Now they're using a random generator. Why would you need a random generator to pick the winner when you clearly said a few minutes ago that the person that buys the most crypto would win?
It's going to be deciding the 2 winners for the $1 million super.
There's the 2 winners. So these guys are good mates, and no doubt they've got a whole history of scamming each other. So there's the 2 winners of the competition. No, it's not. Let's see who won. And it's going to be a bit of a twist of this winning.
Card competition. Al Muhar, user Al Muhar. And if I didn't pronounce your name right, I apologize. Congratulations on the Cybertruck. The second winner is for the supercar and the $1 million. And that one is going to be, drum roll, Pete 716. Pete 716.
Now, would you believe that Pete 711622 doesn't wanted to remain anonymous? And no one, if you're the people that have won this competition, please reach out to me, because this is porkies. This competition did not deliver what it said it was going to in the promos video. And would you believe, I'm a YouTuber. The video I did about LunaOne, I think it's up to around about 1,300, maybe 1,500 views. It's had over 250 comments. This competition was given away $3 million, I don't know, roundabout. You know, it's been online for 10 months and only 1,100 people have viewed the video. So that tells me this competition was rigged, and it was just a stupid promotion that was misleading people so they could do it. If it took off and had a campaign behind it, they may have actually said, they may have publicized it more. But, you know, if you're giving away $3 million worth of goodies, only 1,000 people watching a YouTube video to see who won it, just tells you these guys are struggling to get people and to buy people to get it. So the next one
in the books.
is this one here. GPX presents the world's largest crypto competition. Now here it lists 10 people. This is Pinakee Naik. Yes, Pinakee Naik. He is the second biggest dirty and disgusting promoter of Hyperverse, Hyperfund, Hypercapital, Hypernation, whatever. There's a $4 billion scam that I've built my reputation on. That is the one that I was in the New York Times for, exposing Hyperverse. Pinakee Naik has picked up where Kalpesh Patel left off. Isn't it kind of unusual that he's one of the 10 top... I don't even know what this competition's about, but it's alleging here that there's 10 top winners. Now, I could be wrong. I may have got the whole information about this incorrect, and it's only my opinion, guys. All of this is only my opinion, but these videos do speak for themselves. Now, why would somebody from another Ponzi scheme be a winner? These guys all buy each other off, and it's just ridiculous. So, Pinakee Naik, what are you doing in here? This has nothing to do with Hyperverse. The voice of Hyperverse presentations is Mick. Now, he lives in Cork in Dublin. No, Cork, where's that? Belfast, Ireland. Are they Irish? I forget. But wherever Cork is, he works for a radio station every now and again called Cork FM. And he's the voice that used to read out the presentations to promote Hyperverse. And if you hear his voice, you would never forget it again. But Mick, you were also one of the winners, I presume, or one of the top 10 people promoting Apollo, which is also in bed with Hyperverse. It's disgusting. And wait, there's more. So Vivian, he's been on the leadership meetings with Hyperverse. It's just, there was 10 other people which I weren't familiar with, but these 3 people, I have done videos exposing them at being people who promote Ponzi schemes and the like. And I was just absolutely disgusted to see this video. I remember seeing it about a year ago, and then I thought, oh my goodness, what are these guys doing in this competition? And then I didn't know about Steve at the time, and obviously I do now. So there's 3 people from another Ponzi. Well, I'm not saying Steve's a Ponzi scheme as such, but he doesn't seem to have any product or service, and he is hoping that people will buy his coins and to make profit or gain, which does sound a lot like a Ponzi scheme, but I'm going to call Steve just a scammer at the moment. Dirty, big, disgusting McChicken scammer.
But your boss.
Okay, so here's the guy that read out the competition winners, who is working for Apollo Currency, as far as I'm aware, and here he is doing a commercial for Gold Inc., and they actually say they have no association with this company whatsoever.
Catches you in the act and decides to give you a piece of his mind. You struck gold, real gold. That's because you're playing Gold Inc., the world's largest mobile MMO that lets you mine real gold and build a real business. Prospect and find claims up to 10 million US dollars.
Right, so you can play this game in a 3D world with a headset on, I'm assuming, mine gold as you play the game, and it turns into real gold. Do you see any similarities here? Well, we've got Sultan has put $40,000 worth of his money into this game. And I may have the figures wrong. I know it's 40,000, 30,000. It's big money. And no one has ever. Now, he reckons he's the biggest player of this game, and he's been threatened. Steve McCullah has put his mother's home address on a video, and he's paying YouTubers to, basically defame us and try to say that we haven't done our research on Stephen McCullah. Now, it is hard getting the actual true story because we're working with a compulsive liar. So this is really our opinion as a group of 100 people that are actively trying to stop Steve McCullah from telling lies and people losing their money that they're putting into his Apollo currency and his GSX. And as this video goes on, I just, any comments that you have about this and this information, like nobody that we know of has played Gold Inc. and actually turned money into real gold. No one. So if you're one of those people that say, oh no, I have, we want to hear from you. But at the moment, these claims are unsubstantiated. I think I said that right.
Real gold delivered to your door. Download and play Gold Incorporated today. Who's the boss now?
We had one guy.
Okay. Now the next thing is breathtaking. I know who he's talking about here, and I'm not allowed to say. But some big shit's about to get real, Stephen. And I'm sorry, but this is your last year as a liar in the public arena. We have methods of taking you off the internet. Now, you've threatened me big time, and I'm going to read the threats that you sent out. And if somebody is actually not a filthy, disgusting liar, then you've got to ask that question is, why are you acting in such an immature way when you have millions of dollars worth of people's money? You should be accountable for your actions. And that's what we're basically saying. You're acting like an idiot online, and all these things. Now, this video here was only filmed. I've just got to let my dog out. 1 second, please. You can wait a second. Oh, actually, I'll use the pause button. Sorry about that. Dog doesn't know I'm filming and wants me to let him out for a wee. Anyway, you didn't know that. I paused the video. Seems to work all right. That was great. Anyway, so this video here was only, this is a laugh, you see, because in this video, he actually talks about me. And he talks about how we have actually, there was an opportunity called Fast Cash, and it was worth $100 million. Sultan and myself had theoretically ruined that deal. And he's sent us a cease and desist letter, and he's said in other messages that we've cost him $20 million a month, and he's coming after us for everything that we're worth. In this video, it was Christmas time, and I was holidaying in Auckland. I couldn't really do a reply. If you go back a few videos ago, you can see 3 of us jumped onto a quick Zoom meeting and just gave an update. The answer to that video was, Stephen, getting in front of a camera, talking about what we were doing and how we cost him a lot of money. And this is this video. Now, I'm no psychologist, but if I ever did study anything, I would love to do psychology. Now, looking at Stephen A. McCullah, he changes his name all the time. Look at this guy. I don't think he's in good health. I think this is a guy that's at the end of his tether. And hopefully I will be able to stop along the way and explain what he's actually talking about. If you were big enough to have billion-dollar deals, which he alleges he's doing, if you were in charge of $100 million deal, then would you be getting on the internet at Christmas time and doing a video talking about a YouTuber that put a video online that's been looked at by about 1,300 people? And would you be sending stupid cease and desist letters? I think I'd be doing a lot more than that if I was who I said I was. So this was the silliest video I've actually seen Stephen do. And if you go to Apollo Fintech and go to their Facebook page, you will see this video is still there today. Why I say that is because a lot of the videos that he's used in the past and a lot of the information, he removes his own comments, he removes his own videos, and I'm surprised that this video is still online because he looks like he's at the end of his tether. I've digitized it a little bit, but I haven't made him look any more sadder than he already looks.
That had health issues. He had to step down. He was one of our main people.
Yeah, he certainly was. Wonder who that is.
Honestly, I'm not even worried about it anymore. We got that. We got them really in a place they know that we mean business.
No, I don't think you do mean business, Stephen. I'm actually dedicated. I'll tell you something personal about me, Stephen. I do this full time. I work actually 1.5 days a week with a mate who owns a shop, and I actually sell Garmin watches. And I do it because my mate has got a fantastic business and we enjoy each other's company. I also do a little bit of drop shipping. That's what I do. That's how I survive financially. And I'm very good at it. The rest of the time, which is probably 75%, and I work probably 60 hours a week, I'm spending it bringing you down because I want to expose anybody that is running either a Ponzi scheme or running a scam. I want to actively name and shame people that are trying to defraud people out of their money. I had a phone call from a guy last night that had lost $100,000 in a hotel booking scam. This is why I do what I do. I said $100,000. We set up a Facebook page to capture people who have been scammed by this mystery company that we don't know, that is basically promising people a job. They need to do hotel bookings, and then the hotel pays them a commission, but they need to keep their account flush. Anyway, over the last 2.5 months, a mate of mine called Dave and myself have been monitoring people that have been scammed. They're targeting Filipino people, Indian people, anyone that's over in New Zealand and Australia doing, don't you get any ideas, Steve? Anyone that's doing, looking for a job and maybe a student. We have tracked $400,000 worth of money that's been defrauded from 30 or 40 people in the last 2.5 months. This guy that rang me yesterday, $100,000 gone. He put $30,000 of his own money into this scheme. He borrowed $70,000 from friends. He told the friends that he needs to restructure his mortgage and could they loan him money to bridge. He was using that money to pay these people to keep the account, so in the hope that he's going to get his money back. Another guy rang me 7 days ago. He lost $5 million of his family money in Hyperverse. He was hoping by talking to me that I could give him some advice on things to do. He had 117 accounts within Hyperverse and basically has lost the lot. They managed to get $32,000 out of that, and the time it went from one exchange to the Who exchange, they basically lost the whole lot. He said he got $1,600 back out of the $32,000 that he got paid in rewards. So work that out. Anyway, his family are now suing him. These are stories I get every single day. Another story is a lady who's about to retire Her sister encouraged her to put $20,000 into a scam, Hyperverse once again. I said to her, do you realize your sister would have got $4,000 worth of your money straight away in rewards for introducing you to it? No idea, she said. And she's no way of getting her money back. She'd had it invested for a year and a half. Another guy rang me up from the UK. He said he put $26,000 in it. The bills are mounting. He put $26,000 into Hyperverse, and he left his job, and he was going to live off the passive income the $26,000 was going to give him. He did that for 2 months, and then they stopped the withdrawals, and he basically lost all his money. His wife is the breadwinner. She's paying the rent. He said he's got bills mounting. He doesn't know what to do. This is a real funny thing he said to me. He said, when I get back on my feet, can he hire me and pay me for my time to help provide him some knowledge on what other opportunities are good in crypto? I couldn't believe it. I said, mate, you've just lost $26,000 in a crypto opportunity that promised you unrealistic rewards. And you think I'm here to help you invest more money, to lose more money? I'm here to name and shame people. I mean, I've got every single day, I get people asking me to help get their money back from these scams. Steve McCullah, you are nobody. You are a worthless piece of shit. You've got daddy's money. You've learned from your Kickstarter campaigns how to get money from other people. You misappropriated the money you got from your first Kickstarter campaign at the age of 22. You went to the Conga to look for dinosaurs. Are you nuts? And then you didn't have your visas correct. You alleged that you had stuff stolen. Your investors didn't get the necklaces that you were promising that they were going to get. You know, you're full of shit, mate. And I don't care what threats. I don't care if I'm standing in front of a judge in New Zealand. I don't care if you somehow get me in America and you claim you're going to soothe my ass off me. You can drag me into a courtroom. You have got nothing on me. This is just my opinion. And you know how people fall on their own swords? The videos that you've produced are condemning yourself. People have given you enough rope. You are hanging yourself with these statements. You seriously need to get help, mate. You need help. You have psychiatric problems. You are a compulsive liar. You're in too deep. You can't back out. And that's the problem that we've got here. All right, so that was my rant on Stephen. So this video was addressed to Sultan and myself and also Phantom. Now, Phantom is a person that is Phantom. She's hidden. He's found photos of her and he's tried to expose her. He said he would pay a hitman he's chatting to take her off the planet. You know, so we've got all this, and there's other videos I'm going to show because this is going to be a big video. But let's get into it again, and I'll stop ranting and raving.
I know that they're going to have to answer for that, and I know that right now they're probably thinking, oh, they're not going to sue us, Bob.
Oh, no, you're not going to sue us. Oh, no. Do you like the chipmunk voice he's got?
You know, but yeah, they're definitely going to get sued.
You wouldn't be on here doing this video if you didn't think you could stop us. And you've got no way of stopping Sultan, Phantom, and myself. We're the A-team. How many people in the A-team?
You know, we had to send out cease and desist before we could serve them. So going to be held accountable for every...
And the story goes that I'm being sued, and I'm not being sued. I've just got a stupid cease and desist letter from a lawyer I actually already know.
Every single little thing that they do, that they have done, and then, you know, what they've caused, even ruckus with the announcement. I mean, how much money did that cost? Knox Flyer is on fire. The fast cash announcement was, I mean, that's still something that's moving forward, but it's, you know, losing that, or kind of losing some steam with that, it hurt, but honestly, that's the, you know, they're not a small client by any means. That's a lot of volume, but we have clients that are much bigger.
I love the way he says this. They're not a small client by no means, but we have clients that are bigger. I mean, how much bullshit can this guy keep spewing out? On the right-hand side or the left-hand side, whatever side you want it to be, that's the cease and desist letter. I'm going to go through that, look for the timelines in this, and I'm going to go through that and read every part out, because in here, it's hilarious what he actually alleges he's going to do and what has been done. And he falls on his own sword with his own cease and desist letter, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
And we have clients, we have a lot of clients. So then we have this new investor coming in. We're revamping a lot of the things that we've had in the past. Of course, we brought down Knox Exchange to focus on Knox Wire. We have those team members going there, and then we have Knox Bank that is coming back. I promise. So we're basically.
Who wants Knox back to come back? I promise it's going to come back. The bank's going to come back. Imagine having your bank going, oh, we're gone away. If it does have bank. There's no bank. There's no money. He doesn't control anything. I've got a slideshow at the end of this video, which you'll enjoy, but he's actually got all these people in Africa wearing t-shirts, handing out brochures, and it's like going to shanty towns in third world countries, and he's trying to show that they're using his payment gateway. I mean, that's $1 trillion business right there.
These guys served, and then we're moving forward with announcements.
That's all he does. He just gives out announcements all the time, and nothing happens. Absolutely nothing.
If they want to keep doing things, then that's fine.
Oh, good. So you heard that? I'll put that in the lawyer's ear. He said if they want to keep doing things, that's fine. Thanks, Steve. We'll keep doing stuff to expose you.
You have a client, though, that is going to store $100 million plus on your platform, and then they get a message and it says, this company's a scam. They have to investigate.
And that is so funny. $100 million deal, one YouTube video, and Sultan did a we video as well, and we're emailing all these guys. We're doing it, man. We're causing havoc. We're emailing people this very video. Every time you speak up and tell us anything about anyone, we're going to give them the email correspondence. I wrote to the High Court of Zimbabwe in South Africa, wherever it was. I noticed that you had some documents that you were trying to say. The email address that was in the document bounced back. It was to the High Court of Zimbabwe or something. And why would it bounce back if it was at the High Court? It was fake documents. That's what you're doing. Anyway, $100 million deal. Of course, these people had to investigate. If Sultan and Danny DeHeck and Phantom were responsible for, this fast cash deal that fell over, why did they not contact us and ask us questions? DeHeck.com is my website, and you can go there and you can contact me. My phone number's there. I'm not hiding. So contact me if you want to know anything fast cash, and tell us what you'd like to know about Stephen McChicken.
I mean, we would do the same thing. It's going
Of course you
fine.
would.
They're not stopping us up at all. Well, there's over 80 articles about people like Danny.
Okay, there's over 80 articles on the internet about Danny. Steve, I've got the letters here, which I'm going to get into later on. He writes to me and he tells me to get the video off or he's going to defame me. And then he tells me that here's 2 sample articles that he's wrote about me. And he's got 80 more articles coming, and I've got them all. All these articles are all on fake newspapers. One of those articles actually got picked up by Google Alerts. So you can put a Google Alert out. Anytime they use your name, you get an email saying, hey, you were mentioned in some article. Out of the 80 articles that journalists put on the internet, only one of those articles got to be flagged by Google. That means that Google can't see all the other articles. That guy I wrote to, and I said, hey, what's the story? Did you publish this? And he said, no, it was a sponsored article. So then we did a bit of digging and we found the organization that Steve used. It cost $95. He used AI to write the articles about us. And AI, I've been practicing. So there's another girl, I can't remember her name, that was in the chat room all the time, Tamara. You'll know if you've been following it. I used AI to write up about the love affair that Stephen was having with this Tamara. And we published that on the Telegram groups, basically saying, we know how to use AI as well, Stephen. And then we also published the link. So what Stephen's done now, he's saying that 80 reporters have published information about me saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. Then he's hired this shit ex-con video channel to go through the articles and do reviews on them like they were authentic articles. It's just ridiculous. And at the end of the day, I'm going to show you those articles because it's quite a laugh. And obviously, we even found the organisation he used, and they tell you that there's 110,000 reporters. They're not reporters. They just basically publish articles on dumb URLs that don't even get indexed in search engines. So he's alleging that these articles are there because someone has spotted Danny DeHeck on the internet. Now, I was interviewed by the New York Times. They did it over a 13-week period, and I got 4 interviews with the reporter, and each of them were an hour long. You cannot tell me that he's informed 110,000 reporters, and not one of those reporters has actually contacted me to come and hear my story or my side of the story. But this guy, I've got him in, he deleted all the correspondence in LinkedIn, but we've got all the correspondence of him telling me what he's about to do to me in Telegram. And if you go to my shorts on my YouTube channel, you'll see a short video of him actually chatting to me and deleting his messages in real time. Anyway, let's carry on.
And there's a lot of articles, I think almost 40 organic articles on some of the main guys who are stalking us. So they'll just get sent those ahead of time, and that'll be fine. It's not going to affect anything else that we're doing. I'm not worried about it affecting anything else that we're doing.
So that's good. So it's not affecting anything else he's doing. However, he reckons he's going to sue us for losing $20 million a month.
Moving on to GSX, I got a lot of requests for GSX. We've gotten over 60,000 users for the application. There's over 2,000 vendors that are using it, that are accepting it in Zimbabwe.
So we've got photos of that at the end, and honestly, it just looks like somebody's gone and bought a whole lot of t-shirts, give them to the locals, give them a little money to go around and talk to the vendors, get them to hold up a piece of paper. Honestly, it just looks like it's rigged. It doesn't look real at all. So, and also, I don't think he's allowed back in South Africa. So I don't know why he's building a business in South Africa. That's what I've heard from people who says he hasn't been in South Africa for a year and a half. So it'd be interesting to find out more information. So don't forget to go to my website, deheck.com. Anything you know about this guy, please submit it. I'll put it in the community, and we do these deep dives where we find the truth.
On the ground. That's physical locations on the ground.
Remember, we can't find these mines that he theoretically thinks he has staked. We can't find out any credible evidence of all the claims that he's making. We've got some photos of people as exhibitors in Nigeria just taken in April, and literally one of the guys in those, I won't say, but I've got to rethink how I'm going to put that. Basically, they're exhibitors. They're not running the event. They're just pitching their business to these people. So when you see the photos, it looks like they are actually running the conference, but they're pitching their business. So no credibility there, Stephen. Not if you have a close look and go through hundreds of images and screenshots and photos of all these fake things that you're doing.
It's also growing at an astronomical rate. And they said that if they hadn't have deleted some inactive users, that the user count would have been probably closer to 100,000.
So just listen to everything he says. He's quite clever with his lies because he talks about a great story, and then just at the end of the great story, he takes it to another level. So he said he had 60,000 people registered for his platform, I think. And all of a sudden he said if they didn't remove all the fake accounts, it would have been closer to 100. Well, the not fake accounts, what are they called? Inactive accounts. So that means only 60% of the people that are theoretically using this platform that isn't existing yet aren't active. Does that make sense to you? I think all what he just said actually, it sounds pathetic. So there would have been 100,000, but 40,000 of them got removed because they weren't active on a platform that isn't active. So all of them should have been removed, right? And we'd prove you have 60,000 people on this GX whatever platform. I don't follow it all. I don't claim to know it all. And a lot of my statements aren't going to be correct. I'm not sitting there in his office watching him. I'm not following him around. I'm listening to the propaganda that he's spreading around. I'm listening to messages he's sending people in his own team. He's got people in his own office who are feeding us information.
I would implore anybody and everybody to go to Zimbabwe and eventually Zambia and check out the mines, check out the claims, check out the full setup that we have there. with the vendors. I think you definitely would get a kick out of that. In Zambia, I know that they're actually moving one mine from Zimbabwe to Zambia.
What mine? Whereabouts is this mine? And why would you be moving a mine? Are you meaning the mine that you were mining is no good? So never mind, we'll go find a new mine. I mean, come on, mate, this is shit. Come on, you got to do better than this. Why would you move a mine? I mean, it must be, and what mine? I mean, if you had a mine, or have friends that own a mine, I mean, come on, give us more than that shit. He's looking away because he doesn't know what bullshit to come out of his mouth next.
A gold mine, they're moving, basically they're moving a gold mine to...
Make it up.
They the equipment for the gold mine in Zimbabwe to Zambia to mine copper and cobalt. So that will definitely be an interesting transition, a little bit more lucrative long term, especially. I can't give any names. I can't give it. I mean, obviously, for apparent reasons, we want to keep things really as quiet as possible until it's safe.
Oh my God, he's talking about me and Sultan and Phantom. Yeah, and other people. Martin Kingsbury, who come on my video. I mean, this is the crazy thing, you know. I've got so many people that have come to me saying he scammed them out of their money, and I'll explain what happens there. But he doesn't want to give these names out, and he hides behind confidentiality agreements and the like. And I've got a message from him that just blew me away. Basically, 2 days ago, he sent out a message. Basically, he's got some amazing announcement that's about going to hit a video, and he said people will be blown away. He's put everything on the line, and he's hoping it paid off. And if it didn't pay off, he would have gone bankrupt, going by his own statement. And it looks like it's going to happen. And this is the sort of shit this guy continuously spews out.
And that's really what we learned with this announcement with Fast Cash. We announced it too early, and we are rolling with partners flying through the speed of sound. So we'll have announcements, fees, and excitement back in the community again. I know it doesn't feel like it. I know it feels slow. I know people are depressed. I haven't had the best time in the last little bit between all the FUD and the groups that are, it's like 2 or 3 people. But just trying to cause chaos, I guess, and, it's just been kind of a pain.
Sorry about that, Stephen, but you are a scammer and you need to be stopped. And we are working together as a team, and we will stop you. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to throw everything at you to stop you and expose you.
But we're at a point where we can go now. We can finally...
coin that not...
All right, so this is the next part is a video basically that was used about 2 years ago, and it was going to tell us all about how wonderful the Apollo currency is, and basically just outlining the whole lot about what they're claiming they're trying to do in the metaverse space. So I will stop if I need to, but just so you get a bit of a background of what he actually was hoping to achieve by launching Apollo currency.
Only holds an absolute asset value, but also grows consistently in value. Gold secured currency.
All right, so gold secured currency. So what he's telling you, that if you buy his tokens, that it's going to be backed by gold. Now, no country of the world, not even the United Allied States, has got enough gold to back their own country. In fact, I didn't find the document. I wish I did have. Is that a word? But there was a guy that got locked up who scammed people out of $15 million because he was selling gold-backed currency. And it was in Norway. I think if you comment, I will find the article and show you. But this is exactly what Steve is doing. He's telling everyone that his currency is gold back. There's no such thing. It's propaganda. It just sounds good to the uneducated, but it's full of lies and a very dangerous statement to make when you haven't got the gold to have it backed, Stephen.
The way gold secured currency works is 25% of the transaction fees from a number of Apollo Fintech's products goes directly to buying gold and gold-rich land to back GSX.
You're buying it why do you need to buy it when you've got your own mine? Just a wee bit of contradiction there, just saying.
Outside of Apollo Fintech's software and financial products, the biggest element growing the value of GSX is Apollo Fintech's multi-billion-dollar 3,700-plus acre platinum and gold
Multi-billion-dollar stake. What, are you kidding me? I mean, I could be standing on $1 billion worth of gold now. I wouldn't know. I've still got to dig the sucker up.
mining claim.
These photos are royalty-free images. This is not representing a real mine that Stephen McCullah owns. This is bullshit images from stock photos and videos.
Not only will the precious metal-rich land back GSX, 50% of gold and precious metals mined there, after expenses and growth, will...
Listen to this. Now, you're going to listen to this again because he says it 3 times. After expenses and growth. So what they're saying, they're going to reinvest into the company. How many companies don't keep buying equipment? If he does have a mine, let's just pretend he does, and now he's going to spend the majority of his money buying new equipment and expanding the mine before he's going to buy the gold that's going to secure the currency. This is so stupid.
back GSX, raising its value as gold and other precious metals are mined and refined there. The other 50% of mined resources, after expenses and expansion,
so that means they're going to spend all the money on expenses and expansion. Now, I wonder how much Steve's going to get paid as the big owner of this company. That's an expense, isn't it? An expansion, oh, he might need a new jet. Oh, no, that's right. The United Alloy States is providing the jet. Silly me.
will be paid as yearly dividends to GSX holders. Apollo Fintech is a leading provider of government and commercial...
Listen to what he just said. Apollo Fintech is a leading provider of a platform that governments are is not going to be, but is. Now, no country I know of is using his software. So why would you say that claim?
financial technology. Apollo Fintech is the only company that has developed or is developing solutions to power near...
Has or is? What one is it, Stephen? You either are or aren't, or is developing the power to power nearly every branch of government. I'm not reading that properly. Don't get a dyslexic person to read words. I'm just saying, all right?
Every branch of government, with more than 12 groundbreaking products and many more coming.
Okay, so 12 groundbreaking products. Sounds like he's using these products to drill for gold. 12, not one. Now, let's just think that you are... what's a product? Apple products. Now, Steve is going to create 12 companies like Apple or, I don't know, Sony. You know, these amazing products. He's going to come up with 12 of them. And all these products don't exist yet, but they're all in his head.
A few of these products include Knox and Knox Pro exchanges, Apollo Currency, one of the fastest and most feature-rich cryptocurrencies, its national currency platform, national commodity exchange, mineral claim platform, bank-to-bank network.
Wonder what banks he's talking. Wait until you see the picture of the bank, his first bank. That's going to be a brilliant one.
One of the largest social media ecosystems.
This is the one where he's going to have his own TikTok, his own YouTube channel, his own Twitter, and his own Facebook. All going to run. He's going to pinch all these people's ideas, and he's going to run them on his own ecosystem. And then Facebook, YouTube, Google, other words, are all going to sit there passively and look at him and go, oh, that's okay, Steve. You're doing it on a different platform. You haven't copied any of our IP. Fuck off.
And many more government and commercial solutions. If Apollo Fintech develops its national currency platform for the central bank of a country and 2/3...
Did you notice the word if? Apollo currency? If. You got to listen to these words.
...of that nation uses this platform for all daily transactions, those millions of users will pay a fee with every transaction.
Sounds like Visa or MasterCard, doesn't it? He wants to be them as well. He's going to be everything, all in one man. One man with 5 people working in the company. He's going to make all this happen. It's incredible, isn't it? Oh, I forgot to do my clicker. That's going to make it hard.
If the fee averages 50 cents per transaction, then as much as 12.5 cents per transaction will go to buying gold to back GSX. With every transaction, the asset value of GSX will increase. Utilizing its branches in Africa and North America, and with plans to expand into Asia, Europe, and Central and South America, Apollo Fintech is quickly becoming the leader in government blockchain solutions.
Quickly becoming the leader. Like they're already doing it. They're not. They're doing it nowhere. I think we've got, you allege that you've got an ATM machine. I'll show you a picture of that in a minute. This is just propaganda stuff to the uneducated ear would pick this up and think this company is amazing and let's invest in them.
And the most successful pioneer for genuine international mass adoption. 1. It's backed.
It's backed by gold. We know that's a lie.
GSX is trust-backed by land rights and gold.
Right. So what money did you use to purchase the land that you're claiming that you've got 3,700 hectares of land that you can mine? And that's okay with South Africa. They're quite happy about an American coming in and mining and taking the money out of it and backing a cryptocurrency. I think I need to know more about that, Steve, if you want to show us some validity, some truth. We want to see some documents because this sounds a bit far-fetched.
2. Trust ownership.
Trust ownership. Now, this is brilliant. So that basically means if he goes belly up, when we've been doing a lot of research about the companies that Steve owns, most of the companies that we can see are actually in his personal name. That means if Steve is topped off by someone who doesn't like him, who he's taking their money, then it's going to be very hard to actually have, he's going to be liable for so much if he doesn't put it in a company name. And this is what we're finding. A lot of these companies that he talks about are actually in his personal name, which is ridiculous.
GSX holders are the trust beneficiaries of all land rights. 3. Growth. There will be a continual increase in the amount of mineral-rich land and gold backing of GSX.
Well, that's the hope. He's hoping that if he gets to mine, this invisible mine that doesn't exist that no one can find, that it's going to be a good mine. Now, how many gold miners don't make it good with their mining of gold? He's hoping, he's living on a dream.
50% of the metals mined after expenses and expansion.
Remember, they never miss that word out here. After expenses and expansion is going to be given for backing this gold, which is already gold backed, but they haven't got any gold yet. Huh?
Will back GSX, so the asset value will grow constantly. 4. Audited.
Audited. Now, if you go to their website, they are 5% through their audit that he's claiming to do. It hasn't moved for months. He did a video about that, but he said that they're having independent audits done, and they're at 5%. Let's get those audits done, Steve?
GSX gold and metal reserves.
Even better, why don't you give us the name of the people doing the audit and give us a phone number so we can ring them up and let us speak to them and let us investigate that company and just so we know what they're actually ordering. Because it sounds like you're playing a game on maybe Gold Inc. is what they're ordering to see whether it's a proper Space Invader game. I don't know, mate, but everything you say is full of shit.
Will be continuously audited by some of the most respected auditing firms, such as
bullshit.
Dividends. GSX holders are entitled to yearly dividends of 50% of all gold and metals mined and refined after expenses and expansion.
After expenses and expansion. That means nothing's going to ever come out if he has a mine and if they pay dividends.
6. Coin burn. 50% of the $10 billion offered that is not sold in CDE will be burnt. The value will move to the surviving GSX.
Don't know what that means actually, but anything that's been burnt in the past doesn't sound too good to me. Gets scars, don't you?
7. Redeemable. GSX will be redeemable for its gold value, so it will help to maintain a more constant price.
Boom. That's a stable coin. Sam Lee would like that one.
8. Quantum resistance.
What the hell does that mean? I'm above my pay scale. I'm just a YouTuber. Quantum resistance. Sounds like something from the mafia or the, what do they call it in the war times? Oh, I'm making it up now.
GSX will be one of the first quantum resistant stable coins with the integration of the quantum steel cryptography algorithm.
What the hell's that, Steve? You might have to explain that to me.
9. Participation. GSX is more than an...
Oh, you love this one. The visitor center that he keeps talking about. I thought, why the hell would he be so concerned about setting up a visitor center? And that's because this video says they're going to have it's going to be actually like, they might as well be creating Disneyland. I don't know about you, but the last time you had visitors on a mine watching explosions is quite dangerous and not a good idea. But Steve, he's got that covered because he's not a miner, remember? He's mind your own business, he's probably telling me. But this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard anyone claiming they're going to do.
Investment. It's an experience. Holders will be able to visit and stay at the main mine at the GSX Visitor Center. They will be able to participate in elements of mining, such as testing out equipment, watching explosives, prospecting with the pro.
Testing out equipment. Hey, mate, there's a 100-ton truck over there. Why don't you go have a wee drive around the campus in the truck? Go on, have a go. Don't worry. That's all. You're an investor. You get in there and drive that truck. Oh, health and safety. We'll have a field day, mate. This is so stupid.
Testing, and many more experiences that offer the true gold rush thrill.
Tourists were blown up at a gold mine when they were sightseeing. Headlines read in South Africa.
Fortunately, they hid that.
Alrighty, so this is a good one. This is a really strange one. Now, I did a video. The original video, I was asked by Anne, Martin, and a lady called Cindy. And I won't use her last name. And I have spent probably 15 hours chatting to Cindy. And even today, I was pleading with her not to bash me. She still believes Stephen is good for it. She believes Stephen's projects are actually going to eventuate. Now, the reason she thinks that is she is the first person that I know of that has ever received her money back from a scammer. She did a whole YouTube experience about LunaOne when she lost her money. Now, just quickly, I'll go into more detail later on in this video, but what happened is the Run guys and a few other YouTubers promoted the hell out of LunaOne, and they basically said that they could do a pre-buy of tokens. You could buy them at 10 cents or 15 cents. On launch day, they were told that they were going to hit the market at 25 cents. On launch day, Stephen Clooney's decided to put them on Bidmark, whatever, and for 5 cents. So instantly, everybody that invested lost 80% of their money or something. The figures are there. Anyway, Cindy, Anne, and Martin come on a Zoom meeting with me. And this is the video that Stephen sent me the cease and desist letter about. Cindy basically told her experience. She's made statements which are unbelievable. She told me that she spoke to me because someone told her that I was from the New York Times, but they didn't. They said to her, I have had a whole featured article in the New York Times about my quest to bust anyone doing Ponzi schemes or scams. She was misinformed. Steve spent 3.5 hours talking to her on the phone. He said he's going to give her her money back. She's the first person ever to get her money back. Now, when I did the video, I kept her privacy. I blurred her face, I didn't use her real name, nothing. After Steve got her paid off and gave back her money, he also let her keep the coins or the tokens. So she's invested in the company, got her $5,000 back, and also got the tokens to boot. Now she's hoping that he's not a scam because he talked to her for 3.5 hours and finally convinced her that he's not a scammer. She's now put videos out there about me. And she's basically said that I was trying to blackmail her, extort her, and do all these terrible things. Like I was trying to get a reward for helping her get her money back. I will be perfectly clear. I contributed to her getting her money back. She was a crusader. She did really well. She got her money back. Anne and Martin are still helping me, feeding me information. And we've also got a list of 20 other people that also want their money back. And if you want your money back as well, contact me through my website. Tell me your first and last name. I'm going to show you a list of people in a few minutes that want their money back and who've come forward and willing to testify in court against Stephen for this. But anyway, the point of this exercise, I want to show you that she was threatened by Stephen. Her life was at danger. She was confused. She felt perplexed and she was scared of Stephen and the threats. She also had threats that I've been given, and I want you to listen to her. I want you to hear how she's researched this company and she's basically saying it's a scam. Then I've been talking to her for ages. She's basically apologized for getting her wires crossed. But in the last 48 hours, she's posted 7 videos trying to name and shame me for having a hidden agenda. Different story. I'm not going to go into it because I do feel that she will see how I'm betraying her here. And I think she's a pure crusader and managed to get her money back off Stephen. However, unfortunately, there's about 13 videos on her YouTube channel, Crypto Granny, basically defaming me and Sultan and Anne and Stephen, all the people that have been fighting this battle for the last 2 months real heavily. So let's have a listen and see what her story is, and so you get the full picture. I just wanted you to have a background of Crypto Granny, otherwise known as Cindy.
Information so well. It wasn't until I started asking questions, like I said, right after launch, that 2 people came to me from Stephen McCullah's other companies, and they had already been given information about LunaOne as Apollo investors. And from that company, they were being promised funds from LunaOne. If they had not gathered the intel and saved those conversations that Stephen McCullah had provided for that group, I wouldn't have known months. A lot of people still think there's a metaverse. There's no metaverse. So Stephen McCullah has a pattern of really underperforming with his companies, right? And then just not making it happen. And like I told my husband, he can say any day of the week, well, I tried, you guys, and it's hard to make a metaverse.
Now, that's really true what she's said there, because I've got this message from Stephen posted 24 hours ago when I was doing this video, basically saying that he put everything on the line and he's going to do this massive announcement and people will be blown away with what he's pulled off. But here's somebody, do you want somebody in charge of your money who's risking everything, like they're at the casino and they're doing one last massive bet? This is what is really sad. And if it does fail, like when they put the coins on the table, you know, the only coin that, like Bitcoin, is limited to 21,000 or 21 million coins. Now, all the other crypto coins are shit coins. That means that they can literally put them on an exchange and they can decide to release twice as many coins if they choose to, and you have no say about it. That means your coins, if they were selling at 15 cents, for example, they could instantly double the amount of coins on the exchange, and then your coins could be worth 7.5 cents. And that's why it's such a volatile market. So Steve can say he's got the hand on his heart and he's doing his best, and he's doing his best to make it good for everybody. But in the meantime, he's profiteering from everyone that's investing in him. And he's using it for jets and holidays and cars. And he's been made a very wealthy man. And it's very hard for people like me to defend, you know, cease and desist letters. I mean, he's got more money than a bull can shit by the look of it. But I don't think he's got that much left. And he can only keep this lie up for so long. All right, back to you, Cindy.
And then walk away from the project. And then just kind of keep taking more money, hoping that he can make it happen. That's all he's doing, is underperforming. And he's going to keep the scam running, of course.
Of course, because you've bought these tokens that are worth nothing, but you still own tokens. So they haven't actually done anything wrong. And that's why they have these tokens. These tokens, I'd be surprised if they are on a mainstream exchange.
So to give you an example, Daniel has the technology and that kind of background to do it. Corey's degree is in marketing. So I don't know why somebody would have put him as the new CEO, because he's not working on a metaverse.
Right.
And the remaining team that's there can't build a metaverse.
Now, it's just something interesting. I'm not sure. I might have my names right. I'm not claiming to be perfect, but I think Daniel has gone off and started his own enterprise. And it does look like that LunaOne or GNX, whatever it's called, is about to be rebranded. And it does seem like this guy who's left has set up something new over Beyonder. And going with my history of what I've seen with Hyperverse and Hyperfund, Hyper Nation, Hyper Cosmos, Hyper Store, Hyper Capital, and the other Ponzi schemes have been busting. Renaming, rebranding is a common experience, and then they just wash their hands free of all the mistakes that they've made and say we're starting fresh and we've learned a lot from our mistakes, and then carry on seeking pump and dump exercises on the internet. They're all the same. They all have the same memo. It's just disgusting. So I wouldn't be surprised if the guy that she's just talking about has actually started something new, and soon Stephen's getting desperate now because he's reacting to all these videos that we're doing. I think he will claim that he's got a new announcement coming out in a few months' time, and it's more promises, and it just goes on and on and on and on.
So that's why I'm saying the team that left was the team that had the ability to make it. But I realized that if they weren't going to do it we thought this was going to be on Xbox and PlayStation. It was going to be a game. It was going to be the goggles. And there was going to be an item for sale by Christmas. And then it just wasn't happening. So that's when you knew it was a scam. Well, I knew it was a scam. I have asked the LunaOne team for answers, and I wanted to know how much influencers got paid, how much money's actually left in the till. And
so it's interesting. Mr. Wonderful is actually singing on a guitar. He's the guy that's been dragged through FTX collapse. He was paid $15 million. Anyway, there's a video going around on our Telegram group of him endorsing Apollo currency as the next best thing, which is funny. But these guys get paid. He's obviously admitted he got paid $15 million from FTX. And now you see these videos. And there's also, I've got other evidence here of a guy called John McAfee. Now, I knew nothing about John McAfee other than thinking, was he the virus guy? But we've got on his website today, he still has the McAfee logo, like they're partnered with him. And I heard from reliable sources that if John McAfee basically said that your coin was good, it could actually 10x the price of your coin simply because he was talking about it. Then we've got a message, which I think I'll show you in the future, of him telling Steve he's trying to take out his coin, but his servers are jamming it, free up the coin he wants to withdraw. And he said, I've done so much promotion on my podcast about you guys, I can break you guys, give me my money back. And it's hilarious. And then there was another person that was also promoting, like the competitions I just showed you, Pinakee Naik, for example. These guys are all influencers and they have a community. So all of a sudden these influencers that have these communities win all these prizes. Or the prizes they do give away, the Ferraris, go to somebody who wants to remain anonymous. What a load of bullshit that is. So yes, we want more transparency if you're going to pull off this scam. We want to know who and where. We want to see the ledger of your own company. We want to know the finances, the money that you've got behind it all, Steve. How can you do that, mate, when you're making up lies, eh?
Do they have even enough funds to pay a team to make a metaverse? These were all, of course, Now,
I'll just give you the metaverse, right? You've got Facebook. You heard of them? They laid off 11,000 people. I think it's 11,000. 11,000 people. They were building a metaverse. They have spent $15 billion building a metaverse so far. And due to lack of interest, they've decided to wind it back. And they're laying off 11,000 people are now going to be made redundant, and they're winding down what they were doing for the metaverse. Everyone was trying to pass off, say, are you telling me that Steve's got enough money to actually build a metaverse? One of the biggest companies in the world have given up on the project. But Steve, no, he's got trillions of dollars worth of gold backing his currency. And his currency, he reckons that he's got 11,000 investors. I don't believe it. I do not believe you've got 11,000, 11,000? Yeah, make sure I get that right. 11,000 investors. I think that's a load of bullshit.
I think the answer is all no, but none of these things they've answered. They've just asked me to shut up a lot. LunaOne was supposed to have a product. I thought because it was an American company that there was no way that they would scam us because of our laws here. we should be able to sue these guys. And I think we could, but I think the only real way is a class action, if that, because we definitely have the documentation and the proof. There's at least 11,000 investors. I only lost 5,000, and I've had so many people contact me that lost 10,000, 60,000, 100,000. I had 3 millionaires contact me. And I thought they were going to be livid with me for putting out the information I did. So people who's lost a whole lot more than I did, and they don't seem to do anything. They got scammed and they're embarrassed. I don't get it. There is a disclaimer. But here's where they screwed up. Excuse me, Danny. But so when they changed the token, you would assign the disclaimer at the start. You didn't sign the disclaimer based on them changing the token, because we had already purchased our tokens. So you're not disclaimered on that new token or the new roadmap or the new white paper. So they're not covered because they changed everything. They lied along the way. So I think that's really where Steve McCullah loses a case, is because we're not covered under that disclaimer. He's not covered under that disclaimer. And I have the paperwork that Stephen McCullah is licensed as Hyper Technologies. He was taking those payments for LunaOne, which never made sense. He said he was helping them out, but as we know, he pretty much owns LunaOne.
Right, and the lawyer's letter I got tells me that he is the owner of LunaOne, and we've got a video coming up where he denies that he is the owner of it. So what is it, Steve? You're full of lies. One thing I will say is I'm just listening to this again, and I'm thinking Cindy was very knowledgeable. She really did a lot of research, and she found out she did a lot of the groundwork, and she really is a hero in this industry for getting her money back, even if it was only $5,000. The reason she got her money back, though, was because he never delivered the coins or the tokens that she could sell when they released them on that day. She couldn't sell them even if she wanted to, because she never had the product. Now, that is total fraud. Now, he said they had received the coins. She went into the Telegram groups and found multiple people, huge numbers, many people that didn't get delivered the coins. So that's fraud in itself. Now, if you think about this, if you sold something for 15 cents, you told people it's going to go on the market for 25 cents, and then on market day, you decide that you're going to release it at 5 cents. I'm not sure how it works, but I think what they would have done, I don't know if you need to do this if you own the coins, but they could have bought their own coins for 5 cents each and then gone and delivered these coins to the people that paid 15 cents. That means every coin they take out of their own system and give it back to the people, they're making 10 cents along the way, which is ridiculous. Now that there is the only reason I believe that Cindy got paid out, because she could prove that she hadn't had the coins to sell on market day. Stephen claims to be a billionaire, or whatever he claims to be. That's why we are putting together this letter, a formal response, and we're actually asking Stephen to give people's money back. Anyone that wants their money back from LunaOne who feel they have been scammed, contact me, because the letter I'm about to go through is actually going to be a breakdown of what we're going back to my local lawyers in Christchurch, and we're going to give him a list of demands, and I will take the video off he originally wants me to if he gives these people back their money. So if you want your money back, contact me, go to deheck.com, use the contact page, tell me the details, I'll keep you anonymous. And the other good thing about this too is I'm part of an organisation called Whistleblowers. There's 2 organisations in the world. I have given them all the information I've got about Stephen, including this video. They have consultants going through the information that I have on them, and they're going to come back to me and tell me what they need to prosecute this guy. So we're going to get him off the streets regardless of what happens. And those organisations are mentioned in the letter I'm about to do. But let's carry on with Cindy. The only naughty thing, I don't even think it's naughty, but after Cindy did this interview of her own free will, even if she might have thought that I was from the New York Times. We recorded this live. I explained what was about to happen before I hit record, and I recorded a video just like I'm doing now. She was fully aware that she was being recorded. She may have been gone along with it. I don't know. But anyway, after I had finished the video, after she had received her money back from Stephen, then she deleted all the videos on her YouTube channel and she put 5 or 6 videos on there defaming me. And it only come to one conclusion, that she must have had an agreement with Stephen, and I'm not saying this is true, but she must have had some arrangement with Stephen that once he gave her money back, that she would start publicising the fact that people like me, Sultan and Phantom, were actually had a hidden agenda of some sort, which makes it even more ridiculous. Today, she has around about 12 or 13 videos defaming me. So I can't edit a video that's already on YouTube. I can only take it off. There's no way in hell I'm taking the video off at all. But I can change the thumbnail. So when you go to the LunaOne video, I changed that thumbnail to have Cindy's face in it because that was the only thing I did. She's claiming that I did this and that's why she retaliated. It's not true. And I've done nothing I've not threatened her, I've not bribed her, nothing. Everything I've talked to her, if you go to my Telegram group, which will be in the notes here, every single conversation I've had with her is in my Telegram group under LunaOne. And it's the video evidence, if you want to sit there and listen to it for 10 hours, speaks for itself. Anyway, Cindy, as I've said before, I think you're a hero. You're the first person to get your money back. And the reason why I think you're still ringing Steve's bell, he let you keep the tokens. So you've still got the tokens. Now you're hoping that those tokens will actually come true and Stephen isn't a scammer. Well, unfortunately, I've got some bad news. He is a scammer. People like Sultan, Phantom, myself, we're out here to take this guy off the internet. We don't want these dirty, disgusting scammers taking people's hard-earned dollars off them. And we're going to do everything in our power. And we have the power now because we have YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. Better platform than the ecosystem you're building, eh, Steve?
He is the only name, except for his aunt, who was the registered agent on this legal document, but he's filed in Missouri, which the LunaOne's in Texas. Like, it's all over the place, but he is one that is on this document that was accepting the payment. They actually did wrong that could hold up legally in court. Several people that contacted me on my channel directly that hadn't received tokens. So if you bought, like I said, we had bought our tokens 8 months ago. And if you hadn't received your tokens by airdrop, I think that's theft. I mean, it's definitely theft. It's definitely fraud because we didn't have tokens to sell, much less our dollar amount was zero. So I do think that they're kind of screwed, excuse my language, on that level all by itself. There was so many people that hadn't received their tokens. Yeah. And I think it's a power move to keep people from selling, the same as was the low price, was what we were told, that they lowered the price so people wouldn't sell. I got a lot of messages saying that they were complete and I'd go check. And people in the group would tell me again, no, Cindy, we still didn't get ours.
Outcome would you like to see from your involvement with LunaOne?
Well, first, I want Stephen McCullah exposed. He's got to be, that people have to realize these companies that he's got, and he's worth many millions. And
you know, this is the question. Why do these guys keep getting involved in this stuff if they're worth millions?
Yeah, we would like everybody to be made whole again. But I know I want our money back, which is what I've told him a million times. And this was like a product. That was what kind of, when I brought it to my husband's attention, I showed him, was that there was going to be like games at the end of it. Yeah, I think that's probably what's happening with Daniel Husney, because like I said, he's already moved on to the next game all in the same month. So, I mean, it's not even been a month since he robbed everybody already, you know, so. I think we are looking for, if we could, we would like a class action lawsuit. So legal help would be wonderful. If they could contact me and watch the videos and learn, and most certainly not invest in LunaOne. And then look into Steve McCullah, since I've posted so much of that information, and then not invest in any of his companies as well. Because like I said, he's got a lot of them going on. Apollo, Fintech, there's the gold mind thing that he's got going on. It's the one that's backed by gold, that cryptocurrency. He's involved in that.
So that's the Gold Inc. one. I'm just going to change the battery in my camera, so hopefully that will go smoothly. So I'll let you listen to her.
And like I said, they're taking the LunaOne funds and funding his other companies now. So I'm not sure how all these things are legal or how he's getting away with it. But I'm hoping that nobody else and especially Daniel Pusney's new company either, because New Real. So because it's clear to me that he's just started a new LunaOne company for people to fall into. He's not started it as a pre-launch or anything yet and taking investors, but I think that's probably what's coming next. Oh, congratulations. It sounds like you're a real big deal. Well, good for you. That's awesome. I think you making videos is the way. It is, because people need to know. And you're in the New York Times, people need to know. That's how they're going to learn. I heard too many stories of elderly parents that got scammed. I mean,
sorry about that. Problems with my camera. When I've been recording for 2 hours and 40 minutes, my camera battery dies, so I had to change that. I didn't want to stop her talking. I think we got most of the things. Like Cindy, please remove those videos, and I'm quite happy to take your photo of the splash cover screen of the video, but I don't think I deserve the treatment that you're giving me. I've only been trying to defend myself. You are a very knowledgeable lady when it comes to LunaOne, and I think you've done a smashing job. And I think if you stayed, I know you've got your money back, you've still got those tokens, but by all means, help the community, fight this guy and get him off the street. He's only going to take more money of other people. I mean, you've done a great job. I take my hat off to you, even though I'm not wearing one. But don't bash people who are on a crusade trying to stop these dirty, disgusting scammers. You just cause confusion to people that are on the fence.
Stories that would bring you to your tears, to like $160,000 lost and like astronomical numbers. And you don't know those stories of maybe their parents have dementia or aren't. Yeah. So that was part of the reason I kept going with trying to break it to people too, because I mean, you hear those stories and their life, it's horrible. So I think you're doing an excellent job, obviously trying to. I agree. You're very smart about it, because I think if people in our community saw half of what you're describing, they still wouldn't catch on. You're braver than I am, because I don't want any kind of attention. I assume so. You'll get a cease and desist, but I think my cease and desist wasn't legit.
Cindy, I didn't deserve what you treated me like, and you published a video trying to defame me, and you expect me to sit on my hands here, listen to your own.
Now, just this is Crypto Granny. If you're looking for it on the internet, it's OG Crypto Granny, all one word is the thing. So this was taken, this screenshot was taken, about 48 hours ago. And since then, I don't know why, but I asked her some comment. I said, I'm mentioning you in my next video. She doesn't want to be mentioned anymore. She keeps on saying she wants her privacy, and she's still scared that he's going to come after her. I've never given him any information. I've never exposed her other than putting one photo of her online after these videos were put on the internet. My point is to show you that she's done a good job getting the money back, and I'm giving her far too much credit. She's gone after me and other people, and she's caused a lot of havoc in the community, which is breathtaking, especially after all the work she did previously. And I don't get it. And there's other YouTubers out there at the moment who are defaming me or trying to. And to be honest, somebody with 98 subscribers, it's not really going to make any difference. I mean, the most she's been looked at was 177, one of her videos. I mean, it's not big stuff. But why do it if you're fearful of your life. If you're worried that Stephen's going to come after you, then why don't you just take your stuff off the internet and keep a quiet life and stay out of crypto? Simple. And start up a YouTube channel. You've done really well. Anyway, so let's listen to my words to Cindy. These recordings that we've grabbed off my Telegram group, these are recordings sent back and forth from me to Cindy. And well, let's have a listen.
Videos and think, is that justified?
I was never trying to attack you. You asked me why I got that idea that you were a New York Times reporter. Well, because they told me that you were a New York Times reporter.
I don't know who they are, but I never have made a claim that I'm a New York Times reporter. If I were, I'd be a very bad one. But I have been in the New York Times. They did a whole featured article on me. I had an interview that lasted over 13 weeks. I got interviewed around about 4 times, an hour session each time. It was a great experience. Really good reporting. Every single word of that article that was in the newspaper, a whole page of it, I'm actually really proud of. He represented me really well. Not like these other journalists that I've never heard from that are trying to defame me. To be honest, I don't really care. If they're not talking about you, you're nobody. But I've never said I'm from the New York Times. She might have heard it from other people. She never got it from me.
Reporter, that Stephen has a history of running his companies a certain way, and it's certainly not to make the investors rich. I think you understand exactly what's going on, and I understand exactly what's going on. That's why I won't be investing in crypto anytime in the near future. Was I trying to go after you? No, exactly. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That's true, it doesn't. Now, people say I chop up these videos. I have chopped up this video because I've cut out all the bits that mean nothing, and I've just highlighted the words that do say something. I'm figuring that she's been overwhelmed with information from people, and she's got her wires crossed, and that's why she's going after me. I'm just guessing. But anyway, if you want to go to my Telegram group, or be in the notes below in the description, go and listen to the whole 9 yards of this conversation.
But you were the public person that was putting the most danger in my direction for seemingly no reason.
She was talking about a guy by the name of Robert Lewis, and she was telling me that he was telling her that I was telling him stuff. I don't even know this guy, Robert Lewis. So I did a screenshot, searched for his name on my Telegram group and other Telegram groups. I could only find his name mentioned in conversation, but I couldn't find the guy anywhere. I even went into my contacts looking for this guy. I had no idea what she was talking about when it mentioned this guy, Robert Lewis. But apparently, I've been telling them stuff that made her feel like she was in danger.
I mean, still seemingly no reason. There's no reason for you to point anybody in my direction. Not in a negative way. Was I trying to do that to you? No, but it's sure I certainly did in retaliation because I didn't know what else to do with that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I feel. And I don't really care, Cindy. And I'm talking to you because I want you to see me in front of the camera. And I want to say, you know, you reacted in a way which wasn't fair to me. I feel like I've never invested in LunaOne or any crypto opportunity. And I've never had anyone except for this stupid guy who's an ex-convict called something, Dan's Road to Bitches. I've forgotten what it's called. Oh, sorry, Riches. Hello. Push play.
Point. So I'm sorry
Thank
if you felt like it was an undeserved attack. I certainly had many attacks my way that were, I think.
Listen to this, man. She has said sorry to me, and then she tells me she's not sorry. So it's a bit of a yo-yo, but overall, I think she's a good person. As I said, she's a bit of a hero. She got her money back, but she was threatened by Stephen. And when you'll see the messages coming up, it's pretty amazing the threats that she actually got. And I don't think somebody who's in charge of $1 billion company would be acting in such a manner if he was legit.
Undeserved thing where I went to him and said, hey, dude, death threats aren't right. They're not cool. You know, I'm all about.
So on the right-hand side, if you're on TV, you'll be on full size. If you're not, you might want to enlarge this. But this is the actual conversation that I don't know how people get these, but this is from Steve McCullah. This is the conversation to a hitman saying that he wants to take people like Cindy, myself, Phantom, and Sultan off the planet. He wants to pay them off. So while she's talking, have a read of the notes. This is pretty amazing stuff for someone who's alleged to be a company leader, CEO of multiple companies with millions of dollars, making these threats to people. Read the messages as they go through.
Hippie love, happiness, and joy, and trying to figure things out. Why are you coming at me like that?
So if you don't know Natalie, she's actually meant to be the legal department, legal team. There's one of them. And I believe that's actually Stephen, and Natalie doesn't exist personally because she's on all these groups chatting, and then all of a sudden Steve will turn up. It's ridiculous. Anyway, have a listen.
And that's how our conversation went. I mean, for 3.5 hours. It was just a conversation of, I'm hoping Phantom can sit down and come to some kind of peace for her sake too, because I hate that her life is even ever in danger. She's a sweet, sweet, sweet girl.
These FUD groups I talk about, I'd never even heard the word FUD until I mentioned, started investigating Steve McCullah.
I'm sorry that you felt like I directed hatred at you. It certainly was not my intention. But yes, when I felt attacked, I certainly was going to make sure it was public.
Phantom is a girl in the US, it seems.
Where these attacks were coming from and that they were undeserved. So
even knowing her ID is huge for us. But anything we can get.
Hopefully you'll feel better about this. But like I said, it wasn't my intention to attack you or not appreciate what you did or anything like that. But I'm glad you haven't gone through this. You haven't received these threats. But if you go and look, I just made those videos.
So if you don't have a listen to Cindy there, she's just telling me she made all the videos about me private, but they're back online again. Like I said, it's a yo-yo. I will pay $20,000 just to get her to stop and just walk away.
Private. So I took them all.
Then he says, Granny or Phantom. This is Hitman. I know this is all stupid stuff, and if I got a threat like this, I'd go after the local authorities. But Cindy's obviously really concerned about her welfare, as you can hear her talking about. But I hadn't actually really read these messages, and I don't have the empathy I may have because I get threats all day long. But, like she would be reading this and think, oh my God, this guy's coming after me and my family. I mean, I think Stephen contacted her brother-in-law or something like that. So just keep reading these if you want.
Down. Just in good faith, and we're having communication. The things that other people did weren't your fault to begin with until you started telling people that I was working with Stephen McCullah. And I am...
Yeah, now this is an interesting point. I had this conversation with Cindy today. She said, you were telling people that I was working with Stephen McCullah, and that's why she did all these videos. Now, the truth of that is the fact that after she got her money back, she removed all the videos and then started posting videos about me. It was like she was working with Stephen McCullah. So that's why I made that statement. And now she's saying, I got angry with you because you said I was working with Stephen McCullah. It was only because of her actions. I said that must be what she's doing, because why else would she produce videos about a guy that interviewed her and helped her get her money back, and then all of a sudden start doing videos and spent 3.5 hours talking to Steve McCullah, for goodness sake.
Trying to settle things with you, period. Because I do think that you're one of the more intelligent, well, probably one of the most intelligent.
Now you're stroking my ego.
People in this story. I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say, I'll still have to go back and listen to those videos. I did not mean to say, like, you tried to extort money from me. That was not my intent. I mean, you keep wanting me to feel sorry for you about how mean I was in the videos. You do understand people have said that they want to kill me and my family.
And you kept using her name.
Exactly.
Now, that guy in the background's her husband, and often when Cindy's been talking to me, he will burst out in the conversation. It's quite comical because it's kind of like he's filtering stuff through here. I've never seen him. I don't know who he is, but he's obviously Cindy's husband. But hopefully you can hear it properly. I did turn it up a little bit, but you might need to put your headphones on and listen carefully to what he says. But why I left him in there, because I could have cut him out, is I just wanted to show you guys how twisted their stories have got. This is like Chinese whispers. And I think Cindy got bombarded by a lot of people. And I can only imagine that's why she's got her wires crossed. I mean, I am a victim. I'm a YouTuber. 200 videos on the internet all about busting Ponzi schemes and scammers. As I said about an hour ago, I'm on a crusade to expose these people. I don't want phone calls from people saying they've lost $5 million to a scammer or $100,000 and I owe a friend $70,000. And I was in a religious cult. And my sister was 2 years older than me. She took her own life at the age of 36 years of age on the 3rd of December. When I was 9 years of age, my stepfather took his own life at the age of 36 on the 3rd of December. Now, I was part of the Jehovah's Witness organization. I got kicked out of it when I was 23. I used to go along to the meetings because I wanted to get reinstated back into the organization. I sat there for 4 months at every meeting I could attend, which is normally 3 a week, and I cried every meeting. I was a mess. None of those Jehovah's Witnesses ever come up to do a welfare check on me, even though I had 2 people in my family who took their own lives. I believe those people took their own lives because of the expectations, the high level of expectations the Jehovah's Witness organization put on them. They couldn't meet that high level. This is my crusade at busting these Ponzi schemes. I think I did a video about 20, 30 videos back about contemplating suicide. People who've lost their money, they take their own lives. Since I've been in the New York Times, I got approached by an organization that says they tracked 11 suicide to crypto scams that went south and they lost money. I believe there's parallels. Now, I did a video with Mikey and Kim, and it was about the parallels of religious cults and Ponzi schemes, and they're very similar. I don't want any blood on my hands. I don't want people to be knocked off like Cindy because these thugs are after the money. I don't want people to lose all their life savings and then feel mentally they can't see a way out and they could potentially take their own lives. Now, my crusade is we used to listen to what people used to say on the stage at the Kingdom Halls, the churches, the people speaking, the leaders. It used to be the ministerial servants, the elders, the circuit overseers, the people from Bethel used to come along and preach a message to us. We used to have a high expectation to live up to. Same with these Ponzi schemes and these scams like Stephen McCullah is running. He's actually telling people that they will be happy when they have a lot of wealth. You know, if somebody gave me a Ferrari, I wouldn't be able to maintain it. But the idea of having a Ferrari or living in a big flash house or having a yacht is these things that people put, the expectations that we're put on in life. And these people are putting a carrot in front of people saying that if you do this, you're going to get that. If you're not happy, I've had my best year in business is I turned over $500,000. I took home $275,000 for 1 year's wages. I thought I was going to be rich. Everything I did. Another year, I earned $25,000. I'd never have changed the quality of my life. I've had some great years in business and I love being entrepreneurial. I love business. But if I lived within my mind thinking that I have to be super rich, I have to have Keith Williams, the guy that were in the New York Times I exposed, he picked on my suit. I got interviewed by one of the biggest publications here in New Zealand last week called The Listener. It used to be the biggest publication in New Zealand. And when the lady rang up and said she wants to interview me, I said, yeah, okay. And I said, is The Listener still going? Because it literally was the biggest publication in New Zealand. She said, yes, it's still going. I went, sorry. Anyway, she asked me what type of suit I had. And I said, what do you want to know what type of suit I had? And she goes, oh, because Keith Williams was knocking you because I was wearing a cheap suit. And it was a $1,500 suit, and I've forgotten the name of it, but it's a nice suit, and I like the suit. It's not about wealth. It's not about money. It's about being happy within yourself. I don't want anyone to feel home alone, depressed. I used to run social groups, and I used to help people in terrible places. Money, religion, family, these are things that bring us down. So I don't want these dirty, disgusting scammers to threaten people like Cindy. And I don't want people who are wealthy to be bullies online. You drag me to a high court, I will defend myself. I will have a great old time. But don't take money from people fraudulently. It's disgusting, Stephen.
Exactly.
It was nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
who she was and her picture. No.
And I might have used the word extortion, and I meant
Yeah, she said I was blackmailing her and extortion because I used her photo, but that was all after the fact. I just want to make that really clear. And yeah, I could take a photo of. It's the same photo you're looking at now, except I've blurred her face in this one because this is live. And I'm quite happy to change the photo and get her off. That didn't sound right.
Blackmail, right. So that might have come across wrong, but it wasn't, that part wasn't intentional.
Well, intentional. You still have your videos online, dear Cindy.
I haven't listened to my video.
Yeah, I'd listened to the video, and she told me today that she hasn't even listened to any of my other videos. Hopefully you're listening to this one.
And that low is acting like we're trying to take money from him.
No, he's saying it the other way. He's saying that I said he was trying to take money.
Why? I mean, why would we?
Well, I wasn't meaning that he was trying to.
Can you hear the conversation, though? Obviously, it's all twisted, and it's all upside down, and at the end of the day, you're probably thinking this Cindy lady is, doesn't know what she's talking about, but she's confused. And this is the target audience a lot of these crypto scammers go after. They go after people that get bamboozled with a lot of things. I'm not saying you're not intelligent, Cindy, but I am saying that you've got your wires crossed a few times, and picking on me isn't nice. I don't like it. I say I don't care, but I don't want videos on there of half-truths and things that aren't right. I'm trying to do the right thing here and paint you in a better light than I have, perhaps. I don't know. I don't know. How do you feel about this? Give it up. Am I after you? Am I threatening you? Am I trying to extort money out of you? What am I doing? And if so, provide evidence. Don't tell me that somebody by the name of Robert Lewis said, I said, they said. It's all hearsay. I don't even know him.
Either way, but
he just needs to stop using you as something of his talk history.
My talk history. Well, you're part of this LunaOne story, Cindy. So that's why we're using you. And you stuck your neck out and you got your money back and you've managed to keep the tokens. There's a few other people that would like their money back as well.
He needs to just end it. He just needs to go on.
Right. If they're going to
talk about whoever else can give him the story, because we are done. There's no reason for us to even be talked about.
Right.
We're out of this. We made an investment. We got our money back, and that's it. We just got our money back. That's it. We didn't get more than our money. We got exactly what we put in. I don't know. I don't want to get involved any further into this because it's a whole corrupt system, and I'm sure that they do have people out there that will be willing to kill for the money, like you say.
Right.
They have.
There's too much money.
Millions, they can pay millions to shut people up.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be part of that. Our life is too good for that. And you just got to stop using her name.
Yeah, that's quite funny. Oh, it's not quite funny. I mean, this has taken hours and hours and hours of my life. And but anyway, my crusade is obviously to stop these people. I did hear one statement, and it's not a good statement, but it is quite funny. But Sultan sent her a message. And a lot of the community actually sticks up for each other, and they stick up for me, which I really appreciate. But he did say something that I said, is that copyrighted? Can I use it? And he said, I won't say her name, but someone's got their head so far up Stephen's ass that when she spits, it comes out Stephen's mouth. I quite like that one. Anyway, this guy. Now, the guy that's been defaming me with reading out these fake news articles like they're factual, I saw a photo of this guy and him together, and you'll see that at the slideshow at the very end. Now, this guy is another person. So we've got Cindy's experience about how she invested in LunaOne. And now I want to show you other people that had had an experience. Now, I don't know this guy's name. I'm not going to mention his name. It seems like he did a lot of promotion about the coin, and then when it was launch day, he felt ripped off by LunaOne. Now, he explains the story, and he comes from different angles. I'll let it play. Now, why I'm playing this video is in my the letter of my formal response to the lawyer's letter that Steve sent me. I'm including the video links to these people. And I just wanted to give you a snippet of this guy and how he also felt like he was scammed by Steve. Now, I don't know if he's still involved. A lot of these guys, which you'll hear, have staked their money. Now, they're like Cindy. She got her money back and she's managed to keep the tokens. A lot of these guys bought these tokens and staked them for a year or two, so they're invested and they can't get out. But the disappointment in this guy's, you can see it. So let's play this.
It was the big day for LunaOne launch on Bitmart. And honestly, guys, I'm just going to say I'm disappointed. I believed that they were going to start at 25 cents because the pre-sale was at 25 cents, as low as 5 cents. So that's, not even close to, the distribution price. So I just don't know what's going on.
I think that they need to take care of the community. I think they need to right the wrong. And that's, what needs to happen. If you look at the Twitter, the latest Twitter post, unfortunately, it's pretty bad. People are just upset, angry, and they want something done. So I don't know if I can really, want to be involved or even invested into LunaOne anymore myself. I'm pissed as well, and I just don't like the way things went.
Listing.
Yeah, so that's obviously his experience. Obviously not a good experience. He seems like a legit guy. Probably not my cup of tea of YouTube channel, to be honest. I mean, this is the people that invest in these cryptos are crypto knights, if you want to use a better word, and they get involved in these things. He's now actively promoting Hex, HEX.com, which to me looks like a Ponzi scheme. And I don't know, these guys jump out of one frying pan and into the fire, so to speak. So I don't know why they do it, but that's still part of playing around in crypto, Now this guy's pretty amazing. I hopefully have cut out some of the swear words, but he was a big investor in LunaOne, and he'll tell you his story.
At 5 cents when the pre-distribution was selling for 15 and the distribution was selling for 25 cents. So it should have listed at 25 cents. It looks like a scam. I mean, let's just be honest. I personally don't really think it is, which is wild, I know, but I don't really think it is a scam. I think that they just expected to sell more excellent than.
Now, I had to be careful I didn't chop out too much of his video, so you lost the context. So this guy basically has lost his money, and he still thinks it may not be a scam, and that's okay. And I understand why, because he said he has his money staked. So that means that he can't get his money out. It's locked in at I don't know how staking works. I need to ask more people. But obviously he's still got his money in, and he's hoping that they haven't been scammed. But since this video, they put them on the market at 5 cents, and I think they're worth half a cent now. So people have realized they have lost all their money.
They did, and on top of it, I don't think that they expected to be at the bottom of a bear market when they were trying to launch it. I definitely think that there are some things they could have done about that. I put in $37,000.
Boom.
It's currently worth like 20. So at launch, it's supposed to be worth 90 at launch.
Imagine that, man. You'd be cashing in thinking, I'll put as much as I can. This is a sure deal. You've been watching videos from the Run guys for the last 3 months, and they've been pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And I've got some interesting information about the Run guys. Now, the Run guys, you may not know who they are, but they have over 340,000 subscribers. But they have been promoting this, and it'll be interesting when I get to their video. So stay tuned. Remember to watch the timestamps if you're getting a bit tired. I'm getting a bit tired. It is 10:30 at night on a Sunday night here in New Zealand at the moment, but I'm going to keep pushing this one through.
Bought in at 15 cents. It was supposed to be worth like $90,000 at 25 cents. I know how this whole crypto thing works. I understand that rug pulls happen, scams happen. I'm fully prepared and ready for the possibility of me losing money when I invest money into something. For the Luna team to make it right at this point, they need to give everybody that bought in the pre-distribution event or the distribution event, they should be getting the amount of coins that represents how much they put in at 5 cents, not 15 or 25 cents, okay?
Really knowledgeable thing to say. Stephen, if you are who you are, then give people money back. That's what my formal response will be is listing people that actually want their money back. I've got other people like Sultan and Fenton who don't want any money back. And they've told me that you could pay them $1 million and they would still go after you. They are not going to be satisfied until you're locked up. And I will help them as much as I can, and they are helping me as much as they can.
So for instance, I put $37,000 in at 15 cents, and I got 360,000 coins, right? So at 5 cents, I should be getting 750,000 coins. Because other than that, they stole people's money. So unless they do that, every single person that invested into XLN essentially got ripped off. They stole our money. A bunch of empty promises. Essentially, they stole from us, which sucks. But if the whole community hates them due to the fact they stole our money, the listing price of XLN was not what...
So this is a statement that he's reading off their website, so I thought I'd leave that in there, which is pretty cool. But you can see they justify their actions, and they knew what they were doing. It wasn't anything to do with the bear market. It was the fact that they reckon they got advice from people, and they decided to just go against their own community and launched the coins at 5 cents each instead of the alleged 25 cents. But in my eyes, that's total fraud. Now, I'm a real big fan of CoffeeZilla. He just did a big video on Paul Logan. Paul Logan was going to sue the arse off CoffeeZilla and all that sort of carry on. And at the end of the day, CoffeeZilla proved that this pre-launch thing that Paul Logan did was highly illegal. When I watched that video, I thought, that's exactly the same as what LunaOne did. They did a pre-launch. They didn't release the coins for sale, waited until they hit the market, and then, I don't know, purchased their own coins and sold them back to the people that bought them, which enabled these people, it didn't enable these people to sell them on the market. So let's just say you bought $10,000 worth of coins and you bought them for 10 cents each. Then on market day, you look at it and they launched them at 5 cents each instead of the 25 cents. If you had those coins, you could have sold them and got rid of them quickly. But no, you couldn't. In that case, you didn't have the coins to sell. You didn't have the coins that you purchased. So that's a fraud problem. Now, the government organisations aren't really doing much about crypto crime at the moment, but they are doing a lot about money laundering. And they're also doing a lot about people who commit fraud. So I'd watch out if I was you, Stephen.
Most expected. Yeah, no kidding. We do appreciate your feedback. We would, however, like to share our mission for long-term success so you can understand why the listing price decision was necessary. They decided to drop the price from 25 cents to 5 cents. This was not something that just happened because the market is a certain way and it had to be 5 cents. This was a decision that the LunaOne team made. $18,000. You're telling me you didn't steal my money? What the hell? I'm trying to stay positive with this whole thing because I have my money staked for the next 2 years in this.
So there you go. He's got his money hooked into the system for the next 2 years. He's hoping it's going to be a true thing. He's hoping that Steve's not full of shit. There's a lot of people in the community that's still waving the flag for Steve. President Steve from the United Allied States of his fake country. And then there's other people out there who realize the game is up.
So I'm in for the long haul no matter what. Investing in crypto is a wild, unpredictable thing, and you gotta know what you're getting yourself into, and you always only invest what you're willing to lose. XLN, we'll see if you were worth it.
Good point, though. I mean, I get sick of these people who push these Ponzi schemes. I'm not picking on this fella. But these companies like the Run Guys, they go out there and they tell everyone they're not financial advisors. They encourage everyone and they tell people that they should, sign up for these opportunities. And then when it all falls over, they say only invest money that you're prepared to lose. Now, this guy's obviously not happy. He's a wee bit sad. He's lost his money, and he thought this and he thought that. He thought he's going to make 90,000, blah, 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 and he lost his money. He doesn't seem like he's happy about it, even though he only put in what he could afford to lose. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it is a trippy market, but, I mean, wait until you hear the Run Guy one.
All right, I'm going to wrap up the video here. Actually, and on top of it wasn't even on PancakeSwap. It was supposed to be on PancakeSwap too, I thought, and it was only on Bitmart.
30.
So this is an interesting one because PancakeSwap would enable people to sell, and this was something else they alleged that was going to happen on launch day, and it didn't happen. Right, so this is the guy from Run Guys. Now, I've got photos of the Run Guys actually in Apollo's offices. At the end, there's 4 of them. In this segment, I've got 2 photos of these guys having dinner with Stephen McCullah. Now, I don't know these Run Guys, and they've got a bigger following than I have, but what gets me about this particular guy is they went and got in bed with LunaOne. They were running videos, so I've heard. I've never seen one of the videos. I could be totally wrong. But these guys, as they say right here in this next video, were fully supporting LunaOne. Now, John McAfee, they used him as an influencer. Mr. Wonderful, they used him as an influencer. They have Pinakee, Naik, Mitch, whatever his name is, and the other guy who won the prizes, basically are all influencers. So all these crypto companies find people that have a community and who will talk about them. And that's exactly, Vivian, that's the guy's name I'm thinking of. So what I'm saying is these guys, it's not, everyone that I spoke to said that they believe that the run guys were getting backhanders. They were getting financial gain from promoting LunaOne, and why wouldn't they? And they probably invested as well. But what I don't like about this video, and I don't want to pick on these guys because I'm sure they've got more clout on the internet than I have, more clout than you, Stephen, is that they tell people at the end of it that they don't offer investment advice. And that just blows, that just gives me, that's just a slap in the face for everyone that watches their YouTube channel. So let's have a little listen and see what this guy says.
First, an excellent launch on Bitmart, well below the distribution price of 25 cents. And this was a massive shock, not just to us, but to everyone. We had no clue they were going to do this because we were expecting the listing price to be at the distribution price of 25 cents, and it was at 5 cents, which pissed off a lot of people.
So I believe these guys aren't scamming people. I believe they went with the information at hand. They told their community that LunaOne was going to release the token at 25 cents each. They went and told everyone this great news. It sounded too good to be true. People bought it at 10 cents, and obviously at launch day, they found out that these guys had not misled them, but had been, everyone that's been scammed, it's by LunaOne. Stephen McCullah is the scammer. These guys aren't scamming people. These people are trying to use the informed information they have on the day, and they're just basically saying, I'm at the casino, I've got 52 cards in my pack, they're all on the table, and I'm looking at these cards, and this is how I read them. Do you read them the same way? And people are going, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a royal flush, or that's full house. Yeah, we get it. I understand what you guys are doing. Unfortunately, I'm not saying stop what you're doing. But in saying that, they led you along hook, line, and sinker. And they embraced the whole experience.
Us included, we're fully taking responsibility here for, trusting the LunaOne team. To be blamed, directed in any which way.
I must say, I do like the Rode controller on his desk. I used to have one of those. I now use a Pod Track P8, just in case you're wondering.
Or directed our way, but to see how people overly invested everything when we specifically told them never, ever, ever invest more than you can afford to lose.
I think that statement should be taken out of the internet. It's like the one that says we are not financial advisors, but they carry on giving you financial advice. It just doesn't make sense.
Anything. We do a good job of explaining the news on a daily basis, and although we provide zero financial advice, our education and information that's going on in the markets, that's going out there, is purely educational. We put our souls, we put our hard work the past few months, in the past year, talking about LunaOne because we believed in it, and they let us down. Sometimes people listen to someone talk about something they believe in, and they take that as, a guarantee that that thing's going to succeed. There are no guarantees.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can make these guys liable or not. But anyway, what I wanted to do, I'm just trying to get my light going, but it's not going to work. Hopefully I'm not too dark. No, I'm looking quite good. Now, this is today. This is another influencer. Basically, now this is quite funny. I don't know much about the internet, to be honest. I'm not even a crypto junkie. I've been on the internet for 25 plus years. I'm 52 years of age, in case you're wondering. And I don't know a lot about, I'm very dyslexic and I don't remember names. But when I saw a tweet where from Stephen alleging that he was showing off the fact that they now have a relationship with Team McAfee, it sort of made me investigate it. And I'm not very good at investigating, am I, Stephen? No, I've got lots of problems. So this is the funny one. Let's see if we can carry on with this. So on their website today, you can see that, it's still blurry. that they are saying that they have a connection with Team McAfee. Now, this organisation, you think they'll clean up stuff like that if they don't, because, anyway, I'll carry on. So Steve McAfee has Steve McCullah, Team McAfee, building the future with blockchain. And that's what they're saying. So when you go to the next slide, you can see if anyone was waiting to see a little nugget of proof that McAfee is still behind us until our big push with him, we are number two on their partners after Bitfi. As you can see, we will be a priority over most of all the other partners. I'm sorry I'm reading that wrong, but you can read the bloody words. All right, so then the next slide was funnier. So I went to the archive and put in team-McAfee, which I thought was an unusual domain, and I thought, is this site real? And at that time, I'm sorry guys, but I didn't know who John McAfee was. So I found an archive, and sure enough, there's the Apollo logo, and it's with 1, 2, 3, 6, and if you go through them, there's 3, so there's 6, there's 18 different people. Anytime John McAfee mentioned any coin as an up-and-coming coin, literally it 10x'd its traffic. So it was a good thing to have him as an influencer, and Steve knew this. So let's go to the next slide. Hopefully this is all doing this by memory, by the way. So I thought, well, why don't I write to John and say, hello, John, is your organisation connected with, and that's Steve McCullah's LinkedIn handle, or Apollo Fintech, which is obviously Apollo Fintech, in any which way or form. I see you used to have their banner on your website in 2018, and they still have your banner on their contact page website. Just doing some due diligence. Now, that might be quite funny for people who know that John was meant to be a crackhead, and he's disappeared, and no one knows whether he's dead or alive. Apparently, Steve and him went dinosaur hunting, and there was a dinosaur that managed to gobble up John McAfee, and he's eaten them all up, and no one can find where John is. It's a very sad affair. So anyway, the next slide is a message from John McAfee. Trying to sell a small part of my Apollo holdings, and transaction has been blocked by your servers. I have been a staunch supporter and mention Apollo in nearly every podcast and media interview. I have received nothing so far. This will not stand. I have helped booster you, but I can just as easily destroy you. Fix this by tomorrow. Now, isn't that amazing? So there you go. There's proof that Steve is giving this guy his tokens or his coins or his whatevers. He's given him some financial gain, and obviously when he was trying to cash it in, it was blocked. So on the right-hand side, if you want to, you can read that. I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to read that. But basically, they go back and they try to work through the issues with John. Anyway, so who is John? Well, I went to the community and said, who is this John McAfee guy? I don't know who it is. And they took Danny. He said, this guy was a heavy drug user, so they say. I don't know, John. Sorry if you're still alive. But he's arrested and indicted for 23 million illegal crypto pumping and tax evasion in the US. So there we go. This is the type of people that a LunaOne associate with. People that are pumping and dumping and helping Steve pump and dump his coins. It's not rocket science, guys. It's the hex science. This is the evidence I have in hand. All right. What's the next one? Okay, you can read that. I can't read that out loud. I'm just going to use my clicker. And I'm going to go to my phone. Now, have you read that yet? I don't want to read those words on my screen. I don't think they're very good. Goodness me, I've been doing this for 2 hours and 25 minutes. 2 hours, 25 minutes. Use the clicker. Okay, so don't threaten me, you... I think I might have a buzzer. Do I have a buzzer? I might have a buzzer. Buzzer. Oh, maybe I took the buzzer off. I've got a cash register noise. Explosion. Oh, boom. No. Ear horn. No. One more. I've got cuckoo. Oh, okay. That's not really helping, is it? Maybe I can sing this to you. Hello, guys. Don't you threaten me. I won't sleep on your... I won't sleep on your tail. I'll put you in the F Street and still sue your ass. And then I'll call you every thinking business. I can't do it. No, I can't read. You've got me, Stephen. I can't read. I haven't read your cease and desist letter fully, but I'm going to read it in a few minutes. I know I had to the 1st of January to remove that video before you were going to come in with your army and take me out. Anyway, so this is the type of messages that you get from someone who theoretically is running his own country. Imagine the president, well, probably Donald Trump would do this. Hey, do you know Donald? Anyway, I will spend $250,000 to take you the F down and I will never stop. This is an animal. This is Stephen's message. Isn't that just incredible? It's a beautiful story. All right, so next one that we've got. Now remember, what I'm trying to do here is expose Stephen McCullah as not a nice person and a scammer. And these are the messages that have come directly from Stephen. I don't even know how we get them. And I don't even know why anyone with half a brain would put this stuff on the internet. We are offering bounties now, as well as the information of anyone that is actively plotting against Apollo Fintech or trying to cease investors' harm. Now, this is the stupid thing that I get from people. They tell the people like Natalie and the other lady that I pretended was having an affair with Stephen, said to us that we are doing investor harm and we are ruining the children's futures from the investors because we're trying to bring down this massive organization. And at the end of the day, if one man, a lady by Phantom, myself or Sultan or Martin Kingsbury or Cindy, if we can bring down this organization, then how volatile... Is volatile the right word? Anyway, you can message me directly. So every time I see a document or I hear a statement about him being in Zimbabwe or Nigeria, we go through and you guys can do the same. So I have put the BCC in every email I've sent out to every person. Stephen Kingsbury, if you search for a Luna, you'll find his YouTube channel. He found the registered offices of a LunaOne was right behind the courthouse. And on the other side of the street was the police station. He contacted the police station and also the courthouse and said, could you please go knock on the door of the registered office of LunaOne because they are committing $1 billion crimes and you need to bring these guys down. So go out there, find these claims that he's got, do research, send emails off to people. That's what we're doing and we're having a fantastic time doing so. And make sure you BCC legal at the email address is there. You'll figure it out. All right, let's go on to the next one. What's the next claim that you've got? Okay, Steve, what does this mean? Binance liquidity. We will be liquidity partners with Binance. $60 billion they have. Is that right? Am I right in that? And he reckons he's liquidity partners. So we will have all the benefits of Binance, but with faster KYCs. Is that how fast the transaction go? Quick, flat deposit and withdrawals with fewer limits. Hey, some useless information that I found out about Bitcoin the other day. Because Bitcoin is, any transaction is on the blockchain, anytime there's a transaction, it takes about 15 minutes for it to propagate. So for example, if I decided to buy a new Tesla or one of those Cybertrucks that I missed out on the competition, didn't like that, maybe I'll get the next Cybertruck, and you wanted to pay for it with your Bitcoin, the transaction on the blockchain can take up to 15 minutes. And I didn't realize that. So what Apollo Currency is alleging to do is they have their own blockchain, which will be just smoke and mirrors and a piece of string in a tin can, which is going to do faster transactions. So that was quite interesting to learn that. Anyway, let's go on to the next claim. Binance. Wonder if he's got any with KTM, whatever it is. Okay, we just got our ATM finished and we are launching our Apollo Decentralized Bank network today or tomorrow, most likely. What the hell? Today or tomorrow, most likely. What the hell? I'm sorry, I had to repeat that. I just love the terminology. We have been waiting for this to launch our mass adoption innovative. So from here on out, we will be adding locations regularly. Well, hopefully I've got a picture. Oh, here it is. Now this photo is just amazing. I do a lot of photoshopping stuff. that ATM machine has either got a black plaque on it or it's been photoshopped onto the ATM machine in Africa. All right. Now, the other thing is stay tuned for more news on the Apollo mass adoption plan. This is just the beginning. First Apollo decentralized back. WC crypto traders. Now, have a look at this picture. It might not mean much first glance, but you've got Apollo on the right-hand side, and you've got their logo, and you've got a little bit of Apollo logo on the other side, and then you've got K-Bars International. Now, I did a video about K-Bars. Now, Goldback Partners. I did a video about that. They got a, they paid thousands of dollars and got the blog I wrote on my website removed by a lawyer. They went to my ISP and threatened him with millions of dollars, well, not millions, but $40,000 worth of damages if they didn't block a page on my website that was exploiting GS Partners. GS Partners is another gold-backed currency, and the guy behind it's got more money than you've got, Steve. They come from a Ponzi scheme called K-Bars, Karatbars. I can't believe that you've actually got that picture. You have got the first decentralized bank. You've got a known Ponzi scheme. Now, if you go to behind multi-level, behind MLM.com and search for K-Bars, you'll see a whole history about that company. This very photo is very condemning. It's showing that you're either working out of the same building as a major scam that went down over a few years ago, or you've still got, some connection with scam-like companies. Love the ATM machine. I don't know if orange is very good, though. Let's see the next one. Okay, where did that go? Oh, we're still on K-Bars. I do a video. So let's have a look. We had a meeting today going over the status of the government management system. This is big stuff. We determined that even if the UAS, the United Allied States, was the only country to use it, which it won't be, it would be, I can't read that word, something historic to give us a massive leg up to the rest of the world. So his fake country is going to use his government management system, and they're hoping that other countries of the world are going to use it. Okay, I'm going to go over the entire plan, how it works, why it works like it does, etc. from the studio. So he's going to do an announcement, another video, and this is the other thing, the new Ponzi scheme that they look like that they're building in the background is all about Hollywood production. And basically they're going to do what Hyperverse or Hypernation has done and hire a production team to keep releasing and doing announcements. But at the end of the day, nothing's actually going to happen. Now the world will know who we are and what we can do and the plan. Oh, it's just brilliant, Steve. I'm enjoying this part of the presentation, actually. Let's see what else we've got here. All right. So that Apollo Fintech is actually about 10 square kilometers of area. I can't read the name, but somewhere in Africa. One of the absolute richest gold mining regions in Zim, which is abbreviated for people who know Zimbabwe really well. You can call it Zim. We have an alluvial, is that right? Alluvial operation. The new mine, I don't know about the old mine. We haven't found the new or the old mine, which has 3,700 hectares to start, is going to be an alluvial and hard rock mining. We are also building a refinery out there, and this is the crunch. That's where the visitor center is. Now, remember the video way back? Go to the timestamps, and he shows the wee video about the 10 amazing things. He's setting up a theme park at the mine. Does anyone know any theme park that runs at a mine that explodes and has big machinery going around? Well, you can go there and be part of the gold mining experience. Isn't this just wonderful? So the visitor centre's the proof, you see. Now, they've got photos of the visitor centre, which I've shown you in the past, and they've got the sign up now, and he did a wee tweet about that as well. Let's see what the next claim is, fame is. Boom. Right. So this is quite interesting. I'm not going to go on about Dan's road to riches too much. However, I will actually show you something interesting, and hopefully I do this right. So what do I want? I want the latest announcement, fake news. So I've got a wee article here. So this guy here Now, what I'll try to do. So this is Steve talking about what he's going to do to me, and I'm just going to have my computer read it. That didn't work. Let's try again. It's not working, ladies and gentlemen. What's going wrong? It's not reading. No. Read it. Okay, hold it. This is important stuff.
Stephen McCullah.
There we
Last
go.
thing. I am not going to talk about this anymore, but I think you all realize how important it is to stop the stalkers. It has affected the UAS and Apollo.
Okay, so this is a message that Steve sent to his community.
I didn't say this, but even the Lesotho announcement was ruined by them. I couldn't say that because we couldn't stop them or hold them accountable because we didn't know who they were. I didn't want them to know the damage they could cause. They have held back our price in ways that I don't even want to get into because African governments are terrified of being associated with a scam, so to them just the accusation can be enough to make them scared.
So every African organisation that you know, please do contact them and ask them whether they've got any connection with Stephen McCullah, because that's what we want to do. Now, I'm just going to try to enlarge this. Sorry to be a pain, but I want to see if you guys can at least read some of it. Okay, so this is message. This will go on for a little bit, so it will be time-stamped, but let's have a listen.
The minister in Lesotho there was scared to death after he signed because they made a lot of claims, so he said that they would acknowledge an email of course, but they were afraid to announce because of politics. Then those same people used that in their narrative that we were a scam. The exact same thing happened in Comoros when the presidential invite leaked. Fortunately, it wasn't that big of deal in Zimbabwe. They used to bad press. That's why everything else we have done from then on had to be private.
Right, I'm just going to see if I can make that even bigger again. I'm not sure how to get this across to you guys. But anyway, it is important that you read this because this is actually quite comical.
Now we can hold them accountable for every single thing they did. We can hold them for the damage they did to us as a company and you as holders. We can remove their reputation so their voice is meaningless.
Right, so that's a pretty statement. Now, he's talking about Phantom, he's talking about myself, and he's talking about Sultan. And no doubt he's talking about Martin Kingsbury as well, and there's a few other people I won't name, but who want their money back. But anyone that's out there publicly naming and shaming these people, he's not happy.
Out of Africa, it's not that big of a deal, and with Knox, we are growing fast enough that it's not a big deal. But now that we know who that are, I can finally explain some of this. BTW, I didn't even post the new 8 news stories about Danny, and the others' names are going to be added to the new one soon. We should end with around 150 to 200 journalists putting an end to their reign. Out of transparency, I wanted to say sooner, but also had to think of the repercussions to later deals.
So he's actually changed this to 110,000 journalists. Now, any good journalist would contact somebody who's been thrown under the bus and ask them for their side of the story. We've never been contacted. None of us have. So it's just ridiculous. So I'm just going to see what happens if I click on this link. Oh, good. It goes back. Okay, so I'm going to open up a few of these links. So this is the first 2 links. So this is the quality of articles that Steve's had written to name and shame myself. And the ironic part of it is, he's got his name there now. So this one you can click on his name, but these are domain names, and this is the quality of the articles that it just doesn't even read properly. But when you read them, these articles have got advertising all the way through it. I get about $100 a month of my website from having these banners of advertising through it. So that's why people want these on their website. If you search for this article, it doesn't actually come up. It doesn't come up in Google Alerts, so it's a nothing article. And then you've got, don't be fooled by the crypto Ponzi scheme Avenger, research crypto. So this is the guy that we actually wrote to, and I'll show you the correspondence below. But once again, these are all written with AI, and we've had some fun with AI. We wrote about an office romance between Tamara. I call her Tamara, but she's like Natalie, but she was on there chatting to us, hours and hours of conversation. If you go to the LunaOne video, you'll see that she has been in there rampantly talking. She's done about 30 posts back to people. So I went and got some AI, and I said to this chat AI, write me a story about an office romance between Tamara, I call her Tamara, that's wrong, and Stephen. And then I published this in there basically saying, hey, it's nice that you finally come out about your relationship with Steve. Never heard from her for three weeks. And then today I got her first message come back on the YouTube channel. So I was really surprised. But they know that I'm doing this video. And they're watching it like a hawk. And today I did a live broadcast, and then all of a sudden things lit up again. So when this video goes live, you'll be able to see I get a lot of traffic. All right, so I'm going to go back and carry on. So this is Steve basically showing people about 2 articles from the main journalists behind this have 54 lined up. Now, I don't know if you know what a journalist is, Steve, but a journalist from the New York Times actually interviewed me. It took 13 weeks, and I had 4 hours of interview. Never been contacted by these guys, but let's have a wee listen.
The main journalists behind this are lining up 50 more, many of them already reaching out to the New York Times to retract their article about you. Just wait until the YouTubers start picking these up. That's when you'll really feel the pain you cause people with your accusations without research.
Right, so it's hard to research you, but I have more than enough research to prove you're a rotten scammer. Many of them already reach out to the New York Times. So somebody's going to contact the New York Times and they go, "Hi, I'm Stephen McCullah. I'm a crypto guy. Danny DeHick's doing an article on me being a crypto Ponzi scheme person. I'm pulling him out as a scammer, actually. And I want you guys to retract the article in the New York Times." That's what this message was directed to me directly. Now, I won't show you, but in my LinkedIn account, Steve messaged me about 40 times. And I didn't take them as a screenshot. And then boom, he removed all the messages. But every time he wrote to me in my LinkedIn, I come back with a carbon copy of something he did. And at the end of the day, if he left the messages there, it would have exposed him so badly. Hence why I'm doing this video. And look, wait until the YouTubers start picking up these scams. So as you can see, when we go back to the video, we've got Dan's Roads to Riches. Now, Dan is an ex-convict. I know someone who knows you and has talked to you, and they know you physically. They've talked to you. They've tried, well, I won't say what they've tried, but this guy is an ex-convict, and I'm not going to show you his videos, but I will. You can go to his YouTube channel, look at the last 10 videos, and what he's literally doing is going through these articles, and I'm about to show you, and why this has been read. I'll open up a few, and you'll get the idea.
They are going at a pace of convincing 10 journalists a day to do organic news stories, but that will increase to 20 to 30 starting next week. The only difference is the headlines are changing a bit. That is because the people you're associating with, blackmailing stalkers and hackers, they have some great YouTube content lined up for the beginning of their disinformation campaign. Tomorrow you will be at 52 organic articles, not duplicated. If you enjoy the attention, you will be very happy at what is to come. Also, the guy you reached out to is most likely doing a video against you because of the media attention around you.
Right, so that's exciting. So this is meant to scare Danny DeHick away, and I'm just letting them open in the background in the meantime. But you can see that Steve has posted this to me. Steve has given me these links. This is the CEO, the man, Mick Chicken, who wants to be famous, has gone and paid for these to be done. So who does these articles? Well, we found the website that he used, and hopefully that will open. It says Press Release Distribution Services on Demand. Press release written and, I don't know, what's that word, syndicated?
Syndicated
Across 350 plus news outlets and 100,000 plus journalists. And all this here, you can buy it for £95 and you can have these articles. You need to provide the articles, so you went and used AI. Mate, what an egg. How dumb is that? So that's cool. So that's how they got online, in case you were wondering. Now, Steve's quoted in other posts, which I can't bother finding, that he's got 110,000 journalists writing articles about Danny DeHick. Now, what are these articles like? Let's get rid of this one first. Okay, investing in crypto safely according to false whatever. Let's have a listen to one of these.
Investing in cryptocurrencies safely. Avoiding false promises from unqualified crypto gurus like Danny DeHick.
So this is meant to be scary stuff. And you read this, it's terrible written AI. But let's just go through a few so you get the full picture. Don't take unqualified crypto gurus like Danny DeHick at face value. This is the headline from a fake newspaper. And this is like Donald Trump news. Notice the guy that wrote the article doesn't even have a photo. And he's called Classy Newspapers. And you can't actually even write to these guys. I think some of them I tried to write to see what happened. And I'm pretty sure, see, the form does not work. Well, actually, it's probably because I didn't put anything in it. But anyway, let's not worry about that. Investment crypto, what is it? There we go. Don't believe everything you hear.
Don't believe everything you hear. investigating Danny DeHeck's advice on cryptocurrencies.
Listen to this. Let's read some of this shit.
No, you cannot trust Danny DeHeck's advice on cryptocurrencies. Why? Well, for starters, he often fails to provide evidence for his claims or even verify the accuracy of the information he gives. Secondly, it's clear that DeHeck has a vested interest in promoting certain businesses and projects, so his advice may be biased toward those interests. Finally, some of his content relies on an overly sensationalized tone. This strategy may be detrimental to those not cryptocurrency savvy. All in all, it's better to do your research before investing any money into cryptocurrencies. Be wary of advice from influencers. Always double-check the facts and never invest without fully understanding the risks involved. That's always the best.
All right, brilliant. So there's more articles. There's meant to be 1,100 articles coming out. But this one here, the author hasn't even got a photo. And also, it just goes on and on and on. But it's just sort of a crack up, really. But the funny one was, which I'll show you in a few minutes, all these website addresses, this one here, none of them have proper people writing them. And every time we looked up one of the domain names for a laugh, we found out that the domain name was only registered 4 months ago. So like David here, David, is it David or David? And these articles are just, these are all sites. So this is really funny. The photo here in question is actually used on quite a few media things I've used. The photographer isn't giving anyone the rights to use this photo. That's the other funny thing. So that's, they've stolen copyrighted images. This photo is this has cost me a lot of money to get that photo there. But once again, all these are just fake images. I'm going to keep going through them because there's one here that I really do. There I go again. All the same articles, poorly written, pigeon language. So I believe that Dan Rhodes to Riches, the ex-convict, is probably organised to have these done for Stephen. Posting and no image. What are you on, Stephen? So I have to laugh at this, but it gets worse than that. I just want to go to the one that I think I'm looking for. This one here's a laugh. This photo's 10 years old. It's a great, is Danny a crypto scammer? What else have we got here? So, yep. So as you can see, I thought they had one here from the New York Times. They stole the New York Times. So they sent if it was a legitimate company, I would spend the time actually going to the New York Times. Oh, look at that. There's my laptop. Using that same laptop right now. iPad as well. Recording gear. I thought I'd go out that day and do a recording outside in the Garden City of Christchurch. Here it is. So this one is really hard case. So if we went to the crypto Ponzi scheme Avenger, for example, and we went to the Otago Times, or we went to the New York Times, or we went to deheck.com, or my YouTube channel. This one, Tread Bill. This is interesting. I'm going to show you that one in a minute. That's the only one that's come up in the paper. But if we go to the crypto Ponzi scheme Avenger, you can see this is the article that they wrote about me in the New York Times. And just out of interest, if you are a YouTuber, when this was published, that's the Pod P8 track. When this was published, I actually got 1,000 new subscribers to my YouTube channel, which is pretty cool. So it does, when you go through all these articles that these guys have written about me, I had no spike of traffic to my website. I can track every bit of traffic that goes to deheck.com, and I got nothing. So there's the official New York Times article. Thank you very much. And here's their photo. Now, they sent flew in a photographer to take my photos. She took over 500 photos, and you're not allowed to use these photos in publications like this, especially if you're not me. Now, I don't own the copyright, but if this paper was anyone, I would go to the New York Times and said, hey, they're using your photo. All right, so you get the idea. So these fake articles are all written by Stephen, and the real silly thing is you've got, so I wrote to one guy, and I said to him, well, basically, I just admit that one article was flagged by Google Alerts. So I wrote to the guy and asked him if he wrote this, and he asked me, what is the issue? And I'm just saying, so I asked him the question.
Hello, mate. Just wondering if you've published this information.
And then I've said, I'll read the whole lot if I get that right.
Not accurate information. I don't really care, to be honest. However, yours does look like the only one that has been written by a human. And have you were friends with Stephen, or you just got on the bandwagon? You're welcome to interview me like the New York Times did, or just leave your made-up story as it is. It's up to you. I'm very approachable and I welcome you interview me. It's not accurate information. I don't really care, to be honest. However, yours does look...
Twice. And then the last bit was pretty self-explanatory.
To be honest, I have nothing to do with you or your counterpart. It was a sponsored article. Already Sultan contacted me and I told him I will take it down once it after a short inquiry.
Yeah, so basically Sultan also contacted him because it mentioned Sultan in that article, and he said he would take down that article after a short inquiry. But we noticed that he actually posted 2 articles from that domain name, and I think that that guy may be the instigator of that site that you pay. So I don't know, I don't care anyway, it's all a bit of fun. But the point is that this fake news is a hoot, and if Stephen really thinks that this is going to slow me down, it doesn't really matter. And as I said, when you do a search for Danny DeHeck, I'm too strong on the search engines for these idiots to actually have their content. So I've got LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Radio New Zealand, Otago Times, Twitter, Farmstay, and Strava. When you search for my name in the internet, nothing to do with these fake articles. They're not going to harm me at all, Stephen. Go take a running leap. So let's go back to the video and let's see what else. So my point is, if you go to Dan's Road to Riches, the other things that are really fascinated, Dan Roads to Riches has 11,000 subscribers. When he posts these videos that have 4,000 to 8,000 people viewing them, he only gets like 7 or 8 comments if he's lucky. So I've done videos on my website. I've done videos about paying for traffic on your website. And it does look like the 11,000 subscribers that he has are not active on his content. So what I do, if you go through, there's a thing called, I think, Social Blade, and you can put in people's YouTube channels and you can see spikes of traffic. Now, the bigger picture, what I see happening here, Steve McCullah knows this ex-convict, another guy, and he's gone to him and said, can you produce a whole lot of photos, stuff about Danny DeHeck and Sultan and Phantom. Publish all these articles and then do 10 videos reviewing the articles, showing what you've found on the internet. I mean, this is so stupid. Anyway, then I see that these videos that he's put online have quite a lot of traffic. And any video that gets 4K, 3.9, 4.5, they're all around about the same. One's 7.4, one's 4K. Tells me that the traffic that goes to these have been boosted by fake subscribers. If you look at the comments, you can see the comments are not from real people. I did it to one video to test what happened. And I've done a video. If you go to deheck.com, you will see a blog. Oh, what the hell? Let's have a look. If you go to deheck.com, on the homepage of my website, you'll see I'm a big blogger. I've done over 1,000 blogs. And in here, I think there was 50 tips. There were, 10. Oh, it's number 1. 10 reasons why buying YouTube subscribers can hurt your YouTube channel. And I actually did a video basically describing about what I did when I did that, because I wanted to know what the difference was. So have a look at that video if you're thinking about buying fake YouTube subscribers. It actually works negatively against your channel. Anyway, I put that video out there, and then I actually used AI to write this very article. I said, give me 10 reasons why you wouldn't pay for fake YouTube subscribers. And I made a post out of it, and you can go there and actually read up about how the whole process works. Anyway, that's a bit of useless information. So you've got this Dan's Road to Riches. I did have a photo of him actually dressed up as a lady, but I didn't think I'd put that online. I don't need to defame this guy. He's obviously on the payroll, but poorly done videos with views that aren't real, and made no difference to the number of people looking at my YouTube channel at all. I have 3,500 subscribers. The video I did for Steve, I think, has about 1,500 views. I've had over 250 comments. So why does this guy, who's had 3 times the views, not got comments on his video? Fake traffic. So as you can see, I've gone through and just held my mouse over it. This is actually part of a video I've done. What I do is I put together a base video before I do a video like I'm doing, and then I record it, and then I play that, and I find it easier to have something to talk over, so it keeps me more. So this should just about blow him up. So see you later, Dan's Road to Riches. Sorry, get that confused. What's the next thing I have to show you? Hurry up. That should be the last one. Obviously, I was going to have that playing.
Okay, so on.
Alrighty. So this is the last part of the video, and I'm not sure if I can do this without. This is fake news. This is me. I'm just trying to look at the different screens. Right. So let's go into the lawyer's letter. So I got a lawyer's letter from Harmans Lawyers. Now Harman Lawyers. I'm going to put this over here, and I want to basically go through the cease and desist letter. Because what's so funny about it is the fact that he admits that he's the owner of LunaOne. So I'm just going to play that. Hopefully I'll be able to play that side by side. Double screen. Yep, so I want to play the video so you can hear it, because I'm dyslexic and reading it doesn't really work. And I'm going to use this computer to read it, and I'm going to use that one over there to scroll through it. So I'm going to read the first 3 points. I'm going to get my computer to read it. And here we go.
Cease and desist, Hypertechnologies Incorporated and Stephen McCullah. 1. We act for Hypertechnologies Incorporated, Hypertech, and Mr. Stephen McCullah, M.R. McCullah. We write to you in your personal capacity and in your capacity as Director of Danny, DHEC Limited. 2. Our clients have become aware of false and malicious statements and material you have published on various social media platforms online with the goal of causing harm and damage. 3. The publications are defamatory and have been made by you with a cynical disregard for the reputation of Hypertech and Mr. McCullah and appear to be calculated to make money out of the injury done to them. Our clients have suffered significant reputational damage and financial loss for which you are liable.
It's like a bank robber telling you that I've ruined his reputation, isn't it, really? I do like the way that I appears to be calculated to make money out of the injury done to them. Brilliant. What injury is that, I wonder? Okay, so this is the moment that Stephen got so upset about his lawyers saying the bad thing. I'm just going to read 4.
Background. 4. As you will no doubt be aware, Hypertech is a Missouri-based company that carries on business in the cryptocurrency, metaverse and non-fungible token, NFT, space. Mr. McCullah is the CEO of Hypertech. Hypertech is the company behind LunaOne and is associated with Apollo Fintech. Accordingly, any statements made in respect of LunaOne and or Apollo Fintech are statements made about Hypertech. To be clear, Hypertech is not associated with the Hyperverse.
Oh, and when I read that, I thought, let needs to have a bottle of champagne. So I've got a video of Steve saying that he is not got anything to do with LunaOne. He never has. I think I put it in this here. If not, I can play it to you. But he's adamant that he has nothing to do with LunaOne. So when he sits here and tells me that I've produced a video about LunaOne and he's going after me, it's just absolutely pathetic. So let's read down to here. I'm going to read the whole lot because I'm going to give you my reply
5.
soon.
On the 28th of November, 2022, you posted a YouTube video to your YouTube channel, Danny, DHEC, titled Is LunaOne a Scam or Legit? XL and Token Scam. A review by the crypto Ponzi scheme Avenger Scam Mick. This video contained false and defamatory statements about both Hypertech and Mr. McCullah. These statements include, without limitation, A. that Hypertech is a scam, B. that Hypertech's business model is a Ponzi scheme, C. that Hypertech is engaging in conduct that is in some way fraudulent or otherwise dishonest and illegal.
Wow, actually that's a pretty tall claim, isn't it? So we'll go on to 6. I'll do a white screen and let's see what else the above mentioned. So we'll do 6 and I'll go right down to 8. Oops, I'm stuffing up now. Hold it. Yeah, I'll go to up to 6 and we'll listen to it on the other.
6. After posting the above-mentioned video, you posted another video on the 4th of December, 2022, titled Hyper Community Leadership Training the 26th of November, 2022, Hyperverse, Hypernation and Hypercosmos, wherein you label LunaOne as a Ponzi scheme.
Oops.
These videos repeat the same defamatory statements and continue to be available on the platform. It appears that videos on your channel are garnering anywhere from 100 views to 10,000 plus views. 7. These false and defamatory statements continue to be published by you with flagrant disregard to the damage caused to Hypertech and Mr. McCullah. 8. You have also been posting similar defamatory statements about Hypertech and Mr. McCullah to various other social media platforms including, without limitation, A. Facebook, B. LinkedIn, C. TikTok, D. Instagram, E. Twitter, F. ODZ, and G. www.dehick.com.
Wow. Soon you'll be able to control those sites yourself, Stephen. So you'll be able to ban me for life when you have your own Twitter, your own Facebook, your own TikTok, and your own YouTube channels. You'll be able to ban me from being on the internet.
9. Your publications on the above platforms repeat the defamatory statements that Hypertech is a scam and that it runs a Ponzi scheme. We put you on notice that each post or statement on each platform constitutes a new and distinct defamatory statement. 10. We note that you have escalated matters with respect to Mr. McCullah directly with a number of serious defamatory statements on LinkedIn by calling him a modern-day criminal and stating that he was threatening people's lives. These statements are false and have been made with spite, cynicism, and malice with the intention of damaging the reputation, name and integrity of Mr. McCullah for financial gain.
So it's brilliant, really, because I've got a cease and desist letter and I've now wrote a reply to it, and in it I actually expose every single thing and show him videos of this evidence. And I'm actually a week, I'm not. I was at the 15th. I'm 2 weeks from getting dragged into the High Court in New Zealand. So anyway, the cease and desist letter. So they've now given me a list of things that I must do before the before the 1st of January. Let's have a listen.
11. You must, in your personal capacity or under the name of Deheck Limited or under any other name, immediately remove all material posted online, in print or otherwise, that directly or indirectly relates to A. Hypertech, including its subsidiary and affiliated companies, B. Mr. McCullah, C. LunaOne, D. Apollo Fintech, any officers, employees or staff of Hypertech. 12. You must not make any further defamatory statements in any forum or on any platform against the above-mentioned parties. 13. Our clients also require you to publish a retraction on each site and medium you have published the defamatory statements which states that your comments in relation to Hypertech and Mr. McCullah are incorrect and were made without any knowledge of the facts, together with an unreserved apology for any harm caused. A retraction may go some way to repairing the damage to the reputation of Hypertech and Mr. McCullah caused by you.
See, I wouldn't have, if I didn't actually know the lawyer's firm, I wouldn't actually put it past Stephen to actually have grabbed these letterheads and made these up himself. But I do know the lawyer company, and I'll explain that in my reply back to them. It's quite comical.
14. If you fail to comply and remove the defamatory material, or if you continue to make defamatory statements against our clients, we have instructions to seek an urgent injunction against you in your personal capacity and Danny Deheck Limited. Our clients reserve their position in relation to their claim for damages which, in our view, will be substantial and will include special damages for financial loss, exemplary damages, and costs. 15. Our clients also reserve their right to issue proceedings under the Harmful Digital Communications Act 2015 requiring immediate removal of the material and to make a cease and desist order. 16. If necessary, our clients will file proceedings in the High Court of New Zealand and in the United States. Draft proceedings have been prepared for this purpose. 17. If the defamatory material is not removed on or before the 1st of January, 2023, or if further defamatory statements are made by you, our clients will proceed with their claim in the court on an urgent basis. Full stop. 18. We record that this letter will be presented to the court as evidence for an uplift in costs and damages against you if necessary.
Oh, well done. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Well, let's go back to the workshop mode. So that's the letter, and obviously now he's admitted that he owns. So we've got a long video here. It's going to be time stamped. I was going to chop it all up, but it's 11:30 at night. Oh, and I've got to do a clicker, and now we're going to go through and show you the response. Oh my God, 3 hours and 5 minutes. 3 hours, 5 minutes. I have to use the clicker because it lines up the audio easier. Now, this is probably quite breathtaking for people who don't know much, but this is going to go on for a wee bit. So get yourself a cup of coffee or go have a pause and come back tomorrow and carry on listening to this. So this is the response I've got for the lawyers, which I will send tomorrow morning after this video is live and active. Now, we have... I'm going to read some of this and then I'm going to read the bits I get caught up on. So hopefully you can read that. I'll make it so you can read it. This is the formal response to Steve and LunaOne, which I weren't going to do a reply. Oh, now what have I done? Hurry up. There we go. I weren't going to do a reply, but then everyone said, oh, why don't you include my name and do this? And I'll go to court, blah, blah, blah. So here we go.
This letter is to serve as formal response of your cease and desist demands in your communication.
So first of all, I will not be removing any videos from the YouTube exposing Stephen McCullah, LunaOne or Apollo or the other enterprises he's part of. Nor will Danny D. Heck be retracting any retractment statements. And then we got, we will definitely not be paying for Stephen McCullah's legal fees. He's got enough scammer money he can pay for his own damn fees. However, we would consider removing the videos if Stephen returned the money to the following people that invested. So I've just used their first names. I haven't used their last names. When I do send the email off to you, Stephen, we will actually include their last name, and anyone that you don't know, let me know. I will source them. You can find their wallet address that they paid you with, and you can return their money. So obviously there's quite a bit of money at stake. Gold Inc. is also owned by you. It's not rocket science. So we've got $110,000 just on the first line. Martin Kingsbury, you won't mind me using his name, he's put £10,000 in, so he wants his money back. You've got Tracy, you've got Anne, you've got Susan. I can't even read that lady's name. You've got John, you've got Martin, Stephen. So you can see these are people not only who are willing to give me their names and the amount of money they want you to return, but if you do that, we would consider removing the videos that we have online, because at the end of the day, people have invested. I don't want people to lose their money, and you're a dirty, rotten scammer. However, we do reserve the right. So here we go. Have a listen to this paragraph. Excuse me.
We reserve the right to seek legal recourse against you if all affected financial losses are not made right. This includes refunding all people who have lost money across all your several projects. These include Apollo Currency, Apollo Fintech, Gold Secured Currency, LunaOne Hypertechnologies, Stratus Gold Incorporated and more, as well as compensating any other persons or entities that may have suffered a loss or damage. Furthermore, we reserve the right to add names of those who may have lost money at a later date if they are identified through investigations.
Yep, so that's out. So anybody that comes to us and says, look, I invested in LunaOne or any of the other Ponzi schemes, scams that you're running, we want to reserve the right to get the money back. So this is going back to the lawyer. So this is what we've written. This must be embarrassing when you go back to your lawyer and he goes, well, we've got a lot of evidence now.
Please respond within seven business days regarding your plans to remedy the situation. If our requests are not followed, we will be forced to take alternative methods to achieve our goal. We reserve the right to pursue such action and any potential legal implications that may result from it.
So now we start painting a little bit of your background to the lawyers.
Let me remind you that everything that has been promulgated, promoted or made widely known by Mr. Stephen McCullah has been a serious fraud.
Okay, so now we're explaining the background for your lawyers, which I don't think you've told them.
Stephen McCullah, LunaOne, promoted a pre-sale offering to people where they could purchase LunaOne tokens coins before they were listed on an exchange. Stephen McCullah, LunaOne, didn't release the tokens coins for the people to sell on the listing day. The pre-sale promotions claimed that Stephen McCullah, LunaOne, would launch coins on the exchange at 25 cents each. Instead, the LunaOne tokens coins were launched on the exchange at release at 5 cents each. Stephen McCullah, LunaOne, even wrote an apology to the community admitting liability. Stephen McCullah, LunaOne, then purchased tokens coins from the exchange at 5 cents or less and gave them to the people that purchased them at 10 cents, 15 cents each. This is fraud and we have evidence to prove this.
Right.
We also have numerous videos and statements from many people alleging they have been scammed. We are willing to testify in the New Zealand High Court to expose Stephen McCullah and LunaOne for serious fraud.
And we are, man. We're sick of it. I hate these scammers. Hell, I'd be proud as punch to be sent off to the courts if I was had to defend myself against someone like yourself.
No video that I've produced is inaccurate. I interviewed people who were telling their story, the facts, on how they have been scammed by Stephen McCullah and LunaOne. If any video is in violation, then you have a choice to report it to YouTube, who will review your claims. If after review, YT identifies the video inappropriate for their platform, they will take action to remove it. On the right corner, Stephen McCullah, LunaOne. Here is a list of other videos also claiming they have been scammed by LunaOne. These videos speak for themselves.
All right, so what I'm doing on the right corner, Stephen McCullah, on the left corner, Danny DeHick. So this is my reasoning with the lawyers that I actually know. So I'll explain. So the first video here is they're going to be looking at, I'm just going to get rid of some of the clutter. There's two parts. There's 11 minutes. Hopefully that will play. This is where it might get a bit painful.
It's not that I've made anything up. It is what it is, and this is just evidential proof. Where you,
all right, so this is
legally or not, whether you're alive.
So this is part of the correspondence from Sultan. Now Sultan did a fantastic second video ever on YouTube, but he went through and showed the whole correspondence of Stephen McCullah actually threatening and wanting to take people's lives out. So this is the threats of killing people.
Or not. Do you see how bad this is? Alec goes, I will expose the trolls. They quickly run when their identities are exposed. But I think Phantom needs to learn a very painful lesson. Don't you think? Be ashamed if a car went off the road. Honestly, this is not right. Honestly, guys, this is really bad. Steve goes, yeah, I would keep my manslaughter out of it. Ha ha ha. Phantom is a girl in the US, it seems. Even knowing their ID is huge for us, but anything we can get. To be honest, most people fear their reputation being hurt more than anything. And then Alec goes, haha, you know how we do it in Russia. I don't think she'd go away even by exposing her identity or legal action, but I will get the identities to you, then you can decide. Steve goes, ha ha, these are the days when I will do that. There are days when I will do that. Why? When they are attacking my family. What proof have you got that me or any of us are in this? But yet, you are now on this campaign, putting my personal information up. You are the ringleader, the man behind all of these articles linking Danny DeHeck, myself, Phantom, and all these individuals, innocent individuals. Anyway, who specifically threatened the Kings? I will have something extra special then. Phantom has cost you a lot and damaged your reputation as a person in business. Steve goes, I know, they even cost us our off tweet. So that's another thing that's flopped. Steve is bringing it all out. So there was another partnership called With Off, and they were meant to make a tweet, and they didn't do the tweet. So obviously if they didn't do the tweet, meaning on Twitter confirming that there was a partnership, so of course there's going to be a question mark, like every single other partnership that he's ever had, which has never come through. Anyway, Alec goes, what have you already discovered about Phantom? I believe your lawyers had a lead on her at one point. I'm coming from a different angle with a different solution, but any added info could be helpful. Steve goes, can you get with Natalie, which is his legal representative that everyone knows, his legal advisor. She has a theory, but now sure it's right. Or not sure, probably. She has a huge amount of info. Hey, actually, can you switch gears and help us with this lady, Crypto Granny? She is horrible, spreading insane lies. Those of you that do not know, Crypto Granny is the person that was upset with LunaOne, which we are going to touch about. And we are going to talk about this. And LunaOne is obviously headed by Steve, clearly even by her. And what's happened is Steve facilitated her entire investment back, not only for her, but for one of her mates too. But it is what it is, unfortunately. Crypto Granny had to make a YouTube video and many YouTube videos for her to be listened and Steve to then pay her back her investment. If Steve was legit, in any way, if LunaOne was legit, why would they pay these people off? It's the video footage that you guys need for your own reference. I love you, bro, Steve said, as you know. Yeah, but I'm not going to read the whole thing because I've just read the whole thing to you guys. But
so what he's actually doing there, he's showing a video. He basically went through and timelined it all. and then he's shown the actual video proof of Steve, he's backing up with real evidence, and we can prove that Steve McCullah. There's a whole lot of other stuff. You can see it's Steve's account. I've talked to him on the same account. It's Steve Mac 09, blah, blah, blah. So that's just one bit of evidence of a death threat. Okay, now I have, I've already gone through the Odyssey stuff, but I have an Odyssey account, and this is where I've actually put the videos of Steve being introduced as the president of the United States, United Alloy States, and this is for the lawyers to have a look at. So remember, this is my reply to the lawyer. Okay, then we've got the Business Insider, young man from Missouri using Kickstarter funds to hunt for dinosaurs. So if I click on this here, you can see that at the age of 22, Steve actually put together a Kickstarter campaign, and these are actually articles. This is actually Steve in the picture. I'll just make it a bit bigger. And if you go through here, you can see pictures of Steve at the airport on his way to hunt for live dinosaur, not dinosaur fossils, but actually a dinosaurs. And I can imagine that when Steve was 22 years of age, that he probably got a bit of media attention for doing fundraiser campaigns. And this is where I believe he started actually getting his knowledge about how to use other people's money and all this sort of stuff. But anyway, as it goes on, he was pledged nearly $29,000. And then we had this one. Oh, is that going to work? Is that going to click? And I'll just get that reading while that's loading. But this is basically, I think...
Kickstarter has become the go-to funding source for serious expeditions and boondoggles alike, and that has some benefactors wanting their cash back.
Yeah, so this is where it talks about how he misappropriated the Kickstarter funds. So let's have a listen.
Stephen McCullah, 22, a biologist from Beaumont, Texas, raised nearly $29,000 to film a 3-month expedition in the Congo in search of unknown animal species and a supposed living dinosaur. The expedition website has been down since August, and some of his backers have complained on McCullah's Kickstarter page that they haven't received the genuine pygmy-made string and bone bracelet McCullah promised. In an email, McCullah said that he'd travelled to the Congo but had been unable to obtain the necessary paperwork to leave Kinshasa, the capital, and his gear had been stolen. After realising that it was going to take much more money than we had previously anticipated to fulfil the streak year promises and to complete the expedition, he wrote, "We decided to come home and raise additional funds."
Right, so that's basically showing he misappropriated the funds. I'll have a look at this one as well. This is a Reddit article that goes way back, and it basically is just showing you the CEO of Apollo is known as a scam artist. And in here, I think I'm reading the bits. I've done a lot of research on this, and you need to follow the whole lot.
On top of that, this guy went from supposedly being into biology, zoology to suddenly being a cryptocurrency expert who is going to create code that changes the world. Another side note, the Apollo website is a Wix site according to the source code. Perhaps their CEO should master coding his own website before he writes this revolutionary world-changing code he's promising. Please do yourself a favour and don't buy into this BS scam.
Yeah, so there's been a ton of discussion about him, which is ridiculous. So this one here is a YouTube video. It tells me to go into 2 minutes. What does it say, 2 minutes in?
Man, that was a really great meeting, Steve.
Oh, no, this
was a good meeting.
Don't want that playing. But anyway, that's the video of the world's largest crypto competition. And there was lots of other things. I don't know if I want to go into all these, but you'll get the idea. I'll just get rid of that video. This one here is brilliant, though, Bitcoin. So this is all going back to the lawyers, but here it talks about the statements and the false claims and the whole timeline. Like, we do see people at conferences and running, but we figured out that he's been going to these third world countries selling solar systems, and then he's using the photos with the Knox wire. In my understanding, I could be wrong, the Knox wire, alleging that he's Here it talks about, so there's oodles of information about people that have been involved, who the run guys, how there's photos of the run guys here in Steve's offices. They're out for dinner, and it just talks about how these companies, all the stuff I've actually basically gone through, the world's largest crypto competition, the McAfee's background. These documents here, I actually haven't got them in this video, but I can use these. But we emailed people who are behind these, and as I said earlier on, the email address actually bounced back. So all these documents seem to be forged, not real. There was, it just goes on and on and on. People keep telling us, like, this is where the alleged mines were meant to be, I think. But there's no such lines. None of these here have actually eventuated into anything. And it's just bullshit after bullshit, lie, Steve pants on fire, and it's just how far and how much. I mean, he's obviously had some recognition because some people will report him. He's probably using the fake news reporters. But you can see this is just not a simple company with a simple, history. So I'm showing that to the lawyer as well. Now we've got this one to read, and I'll see where this takes us.
There are percolating allegations that Apollo Currency is a pump and dump. Others claim that one of the project's co-founders, Stephen McCullah, is a scam artist, and that APL is a massive scam that is making him rich. Crypto Slate explores these allegations and finds evidence of misinformation, claims of sabotage.
And this was brilliant. As I said, I'm not a crypto junkie, but if you want to, these notes, most of these notes will be in the description. You can follow these links. There was a crypto address where you could track back and see that he was actually literally pump and dumping. And there was a timeline, which I'm sure is in here somewhere. Well, there is in the Conga. That actually showed undisputable evidence that he was pumping and dumping. It must be on another link that I've got here, but they're following the wallet addresses and they're showing you the big, numbers. I'm trying to enlarge that. You see these numbers going out? And this is all part of pumping and dumping, and they're big round figures. This is not normal stuff and normal transactions. So Steve did actually write a reply to this, which I think will be in here somewhere. All right, so what have we got here? Yes, we've got to make sure. Oh, this is brilliant, this one. Let's go to it. A minute 30. Now, this is a guy that thought he would stick his
Everybody
neck out.
for tuning in to CKG.
Here we go.
Liars and fabricators. He's been ripping people off for over a decade, ever since he was 22, when he had a Kickstarter campaign right here where he raised $30,000 and he didn't fulfill his agreement on why he raised the money, or he didn't go find this dinosaur in the jungle. My question is, I wonder, did Steve McCullah sue this Mary Catherine O'Connor for writing the article? Was she slandering you when she wrote an article about you, basically saying McCullah, biologist, Beaumont, Texas, raised $30,000? Basically, he wrote, he did.
So everyone that stands up to Steve McCullah gets a cease and desist letter because he's got shitloads of money, I presume, because he's been scamming people. So this is a guy, I don't even know the full background of it. I just scouted around the internet and found a whole lot of people that hate him. And, obviously this guy, the interesting part about this is Stephen's LinkedIn account was basically saying he had some degree, and then he edited it, and then he did a retraction about how this guy's got his information wrong. So have a listen to this.
I thought people would assume that, I was claiming to have a bachelor's degree because
He is lying. He is lying. I am telling the truth. He is lying. His LinkedIn has now been altered. I'm not really sure about LinkedIn. CKJ Alliance can do dates. Maybe it'll say updated. But right here, this is the same paper I had. Bachelor's degree now is missing from both of them. He's saying he's wondering how I got that information about bachelor's degree. I got that information because right here, this is the information you gave prior. Steve McCullah, no degree Steve. That's your new name. No degree Steve. No degree Steve. That's you. Drury University, bachelor's degree, business administration. Lamar University, the school I contacted, bachelor's degree. You put this yourself. You created this. I really believe you did not do your homework when you actually came out with this. This is proof that right here, this is altered. It actually even looks like a little bit brighter. Anyway, Lamar University, pre-medicine, 2012 to 2013. He didn't even go there from 2012 to 2013. He went there for 1 month in 2013, and he quit. And he probably should return some of them books to the library.
Give it up,
They're
mate.
still looking for.
Give it up, Steve. I mean, we had a massive conversation on LinkedIn, and then you deleted all the conversations. If you go to Danny DeHeck on LinkedIn, go to my recent activity, you'll find the post I did on, I'm going to do it. You're going to find that the post I did on LinkedIn. Now, I'm not a big LinkedIn, well, I am a big LinkedIn user. I actually used to have an online course. But you've got to see, oh my God, it tells me I'm hiring. That's not true. I know it's asking me a question. So if you go to my profile, and if you go down to anyone on LinkedIn, I do LinkedIn courses. You can see my articles in the New York Times and other media that I do. And it comes along here, and it's got, I've got 7,100 followers, and you can come along here and look at my activity. Now in the activity area, you will see all the things I comment on, and it's really a good way of actually following someone around the internet who claims they are somebody. So Sam Lee, which I just did a video about earlier today, I went on his LinkedIn and I could see where he has been commenting. So hopefully in a minute you will see one about sorry, it's getting late for me. It is 7:45. One thing I must do is this and that. Just keep looking at that while you're there. 3 hours. What are we up to now? 3:27. Okay, so we keep going down here, and we'll find a LunaOne here hopefully soon. Cryptocurrencies. Come on, LunaOne. Where are you? That'd be funny if you took it off, wouldn't it? You can report posts, and they do get removed, so I wouldn't be surprised. LunaOne, come on. Obviously, I use LinkedIn a lot. LunaOne scam, is that the one? 65 impressions. Here it is. So, what have we got here? Oh no, that is one of them. 310. Boom! So this is a laugh. So let's see if I can get this open, just to show you how it works. But, oh, did I stuff that up? I think I did. I'm going to go back. Oh, please go back to the same place I had you at. Oh my goodness. We're going to find it. 1 minute, please, caller. My point is that every time I commented on there and mentioned his name, I got more and more visitors. So it started off, most of my posts get around about up to 200 visitors. And when I started talking about Steve and LunaOne and tagging him in things, his community picked it up. And all of a sudden I got 2,000 followers. But I want to show you the interesting bit. See, it says I've got 41 comments, and I've got 2,000 impressions. But if I go into the comment section, you will see that all the posts that were there have now been removed. And you can see that Stephen has gone through here and taken out all the conversations that we had together. His claim is the legal department would have told him to take it out. So that's stupid stuff, Steve. But here, every time he posted something, I would upload the comment to Dropbox and put the link in here so people could listen to him raving on. And every time he did it, he just condemned himself more and more. So it was just a laugh. So that post has got 2,200 impressions. How about that? Anyway, back to our letter. So we've got that guy, which is brilliant. So then he had, you might have heard them talking about how he
Dutch
had a
open source blockchain software developer Jehovah has won its case in the Netherlands against Apollo Fintech for breach of copyright.
So Steve stole someone's copyright. Theoretically, the information he stole was open source. And then he used it and claimed it as his own and then went to sell it. They wrote him 3 cease and desist letters. He ignored them. They dragged him to court, and then he lost. He wrote back and made false claims saying that this company that, what do they call themselves?
Guerrillas.
Guerrillas. They basically, he said he was going to sue them because in America the laws are different, blah, blah, blah. And he made all these false statements and false accusations that he's going to do something. And these guys actually come back and wrote a brilliant retraction to it. But he lost. He was stealing other people's code, claiming it as their own. They took him to court. They gave him 3 opportunities to clean it up, and then he pissed off. So that's what happened to that one. And then the other one was, if you go to that company who sued him, the accusations that he made, they've done an official statement regarding Apollo currency and the whole 9 yards of what happened and what he did. And basically, this speaks for itself. So this is also going back to the lawyer, and it's showing you what he did, and you know how he didn't own the code. So that means theoretically he hasn't got the code to finish the that off. So then the next one is this one. So I've got quite a lot.
The Apollo currency team, APL, just engaged in a massive pump and dump scheme, dumping hundreds of millions of coins on their investors.
So this was 4 years ago when Apollo currency. Now originally I heard about Apollo currency because I was surprised to see Pinakee, Naik and Julian from Ireland or somewhere promoting Apollo. That was worth 0.1. And how they said that if somebody went up to 0.2, you could double your money, blah, 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 all sorts of stupid stuff like that. Anyway, this is archaic, a document here basically showing, you know, the timelines of what they actually did. And this is the one I was talking about where Steve come back and actually wrote a reply to how this was untrue information. And he has an answer for everything. But this isn't me naming shaming you, Steve. This is other people out there saying that you are running pump and dumping. And this is going back to the lawyer. So what else have we got here? So this is another one.
Apollo is the all-in-one cryptocurrency that has everything: smart contracts, sharding, the best privacy features, and more. They'll be sure to tell you all about Apollo's amazing features in their communities. Here's the only problem. It has absolutely none of those things right now, and is all promises from a dev team that has not proven one bit of a competency yet. Their website is even built on Wix, but I'm sure they have the ability to make the great cryptocurrency anyone has ever seen, like they say.
Yeah, so I mean, why is this important? Well, it's because these guys have made multiple false claims. People have wrote extensive information about Steve and his scams, and when do these guys get stopped? Who's going to actually stop these guys? I know Sultan's actually hired a lawyer and he's going after him and he's getting the right legal advice, and we're all looking forward to seeing what actually happens. But the guys that keep investing with this guy are the ones that really cause it the grief. So, okay, so this is the reply to the lawyer, and this is what I've got so far.
F Corner Danny Heck, Danny Heck Limited. Danny full-page article in the New York Times about my quest to name and shame anyone running Ponzi schemes or scams. Featured in the Otago Times, interviewed by Radio New Zealand, and a page in the NYT, talking and interviews. New Zealand Herald, stuff, The Listener. Also, are you talking to producer of Netflix documentary The Great Hack that being commissioned to do another documentary called The Rise and Fall of Crypto? They've asked if I would be interested in telling my story for the next documentary.
Yeah, so I had been approached by a producer and I was in correspondence with the production team, and I were carbon copied into 7 people's conversations, and I don't know, it might be in Netflix. I don't know. I haven't pushed it. It would be great if they did want my story. But, you know, it was exciting. So, yeah, so I've got that coming up. So I've got a good story, and I'm a one-man band out there taking on these people that have stolen millions of dollars.
Been approached by 2 whistleblowing companies in America who asked if we can work together. Whistleblower Justice Network and Constantine Cannon. Both of these companies have been given full access to our research on Stephen McCullah. We also have a dedicated team of fact finders. I will not be removing any content that I have published from my YouTube channel or retracting any statements that I have made after the fact about LunaOne or Apollo.
So I've got an area on my on the internet called Milanote, and in here I'm actually going through and I'm finding all these people that are running Ponzi schemes, and more importantly, I'm gathering information. So if you went to what I have on LunaOne, you'll see I've got documents I've got screenshots. I've got voice recordings from Stephen. You know, I've got everything I need.
One thing I would definitely let them.
So I've got the evidence here to prove that this guy is connected. Then I also do personal profiles. So with Stephen, I've got things, I've got a timeline, I've got other people's lawyers' letters, and the lawyers have full access to this. And not the lawyers, sorry, I don't want to mislead people. There's the evidence, all the things that we need to prosecute this guy for, you know, exposing people. If we go to screenshots, that's where it gets really bad. But the screenshots basically have every screenshot, every accusation, every misleading bit of truth. I've got right through to wedding photos. We've got associates. We've got the whole history, K-bars, and people just keep giving us information, and we can go to town with these lawyers. So it won't be long before Stephen gets off the street, so to speak. Anyway, so the Whistleblower Justice Network, they've been given access to it. I haven't given access to the Constantine Cannon, but I have had Zoom meetings with lawyers who are actively helping me fight these scams. So you might be familiar with the documentary The Great Hack. There was an organization called Cambridge Analytica, and there was a whistleblower. The whistleblower was part of Constantine Canyon, and they provided him to talk about Cambridge Analytica. That same organization is the lawyer that I've been talking to.
I will not be removing any content that I have published from my YouTube channel or attracting any...
Sorry, start
The
again.
man that you are representing is a bully online. We have evidence that he has threatened he can throw his money around and get away with scamming people if he wants. I'm here to name and shame anyone promoting Ponzi schemes for scamming people. With the fall of FTX, prepare. Online crime is more rampant than ever. You can represent a man like this if you want, but I can assure you I'm very transparent and everything I do, and I'll make it very clear that a New Zealand law firm is representing an American scam artist. I interviewed 2 people that wanted to tell the story because they felt they were scammed by LunaOne.
Oops, it wasn't 2 people, it was 3 people. So this is my letter to the lawyer, okay, and then we've got this.
At the very start of the video I made it very clear I didn't know anything about LunaOne. However, both of these people, Stephen and Anne, are happy to testify in court and tell their experience with LunaOne. Other people saying they have been scammed.
So here's a list of other people that are saying they've been scammed, and to give some of these people a bit of light, you can see...
Yo, what's going on, everybody?
So I've
Welcome
already,
to Self-Made.
already showed this
Joseph,
guy.
and in this video, we're going to be talking about
and,
XLN.
And this one, what's this one?
What is going on, bull runners? Welcome back to the channel.
Yep.
So
that's,
in this video,
the video of the bull runner guys, and then you've got this one here, which says 50 seconds in. What do they do?
And I wanted to go ahead. It was absolutely an insult to the community. Being a content creator, you know, trying to like really give this project some awareness, and I just feel embarrassed, and I'm truthfully embarrassed to have promoted this project in the way that they've done their investors like this. And so some of you may not know what happened exactly, but
but you can see I'm not the only one that's upset.
There's a heck of a lot of censorship going on here. Okay. All right. So I found the message here. Discord is being heavily moderated. Okay. And this is what bothers me. People who post ongoing FUD will be removed from the chat. They're working on the metaverse and cannot continue to allow FUD to spread. This is to be a safe place for community members to share support and excitement.
So you get the idea. And there's another one here. So obviously policing the community.
Hey, welcome back to the channel. My name is TJ the
I love
Crypto
this guy.
Homie, and I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a homie guy.
He's just a homie guy. He's a cool homie guy.
Saying it's been scheduled. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing going on. There's nothing new about this. About it. LunaOne audit is still in progress. 5%. It's been scheduled. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing going on. There's nothing new about this. It's one in progress. They haven't really made any movements, guys. And see, I need positive movement. I need videos. I love every single one of you guys for following me from LunaOne, but I really am trying to protect you guys from being so mentally strained from being rug pulled. I rather protect you and support you and push you in better directions. All right, please leave it.
All right, so this guy obviously not a happy camper, and also he was shown that they claim that they are getting audited regularly, but that audit was 4 weeks ago, and you go to the website, it still says 5%, and I don't even trust the auditing company. So this one here, we're going to 7 minutes.
We got scammed.
Oh, it's him again.
We got scammed hard.
Boom, 7 minutes. How about are we up to? 7:20.
Okay,
here
are
we go.
brand new. They've been working on their Bull Runners Club and so on and so forth. So in my opinion, I really feel like LunaOne are the ones responsible. So if you feel like the run guys need to go to jail, as you've been saying in the comments, which I've been reading, I feel like you need to really think about this and really understand that they were just promoting like I do, like every other YouTuber does.
Yeah, I think there's a time though where you need to be careful what you promote when it comes to anything to do with financial advice, isn't it? Even if you insinuate that something's a good investment, you are actually giving people financial advice. It's not rocket science, kids. And that's why a lot of people held the run guys responsible, you know, because they feel like they gave them advice and they took the advice, but they
said
they can't deny it. Okay, what are we up to here? Sultan again. We're going
a
to
new guy here
650.
called Kaspar Gazda.
There we go. Oops.
So let's.
Here we go.
I'm going to be tuning in to see this. I would like to explain to them from the very beginning of what Apollo currency is, when did it start, who are they, what they're about, simple basic information. So let's dive right in. So Apollo currency in its very early days was started with 4 main guys, and these are called the Notable Operations Team. By the way, this picture has been completely deleted from their website, from all their websites. But the first person, as you can see his hair, is called Stephen McCullah, the President, the Highness of the elite of the United Allied States, which is a fake country. I can tell you that much. A new guy here called Kaspar Gazda. And this guy, Kai Hornback. And Chase Hendrick. So these are the 4 guys of the Notable Operations Team. Stephen McCullah, as in this particular document on his website called Steve McCullah, keeps going by different names. You'll understand by the time I'm done with discussing every single project, crypto project, surrounding this guy here who wants to be made famous. Stephen McCullah, we will make you famous. So famous, you'll remember me. So this guy, Stephen McCullah, by the time I finished with all his projects, with several projects, you'll then understand how deep the rabbit hole really goes. It's beyond believable. It is a story that deserves to be in Netflix. It is that kind of a story. It's that kind of a deal. So yeah, what we're gonna do is go from the early days. Who was Apollo? What is Apollo currency? So Apollo currency,
right?
In a nutshell,
well worth watching these videos if you've got the time. This video has taken me 2 weeks in the making, putting together this information so I can put together one reel. People go, "Oh, you should have just done shorter videos." And I thought, no, I'm going to do a long haul video, and then when I get comments back from people, I'm going to home in. So this is a cornerstone video. This is the big video about LunaOne and Steve McCullah and how he's a dirty, rotten scammer. So, yeah, it's interesting. I'll just have a look at this one video here. But this is actually my reply to the lawyer, which isn't a normal type of reply.
LunaOne, investors, homies, everybody. I just want to be honest with you guys about the project. In the AMA, I don't say anything. I rather hear all you guys.
You got to listen to this guy's
really,
video.
really appreciate you guys. But we need to see action. We need to see love from the other side of what you did. I mean, it was hard, dude. Like,
yeah,
and Sandbox, so on and so forth. All those crazy metaverse games.
So TJ, the crypto homie, check him out on his YouTube channel and make sure you subscribe and listen to his video. I quite like him. I already am subscribed, but he's done a good job of exposing. You'll see his videos everywhere. He was out there promoting LunaOne, and and he's got a nice YouTube channel. He's very sincere, so make sure you subscribe to him. And I'll take that off. So the lawyer's going to get this as a very unusual, personalised. So this is a wee story that I'm sending the lawyer because I'm telling them about the background I have with the company. Now listen to this. Hopefully I've got it spelt right.
I'm a little surprised you actually took on this case. The way I look at it, some crazy Kiwi decided to take on these big-time Ponzi scheme companies that are scamming people out of millions of dollars. I wonder how many other law firms declined to get involved rather than going after the money. If you haven't already been paid, do you know you're getting paid with money collected from committing fraud? It's the same as working for the cartel. This is very unethical. I'm so proud of the other legal companies that decided not to take this case on and get involved. I'm very transparent. You can see this with the work I have online.
Yeah, so this is an unusual approach to probably send a lawyer, but I'll give you the whole lot. I am transparent, and I'm proud of the fact that I don't have a filter and I don't have secrets.
I'm a New Zealander who has published over 150 videos exposing scams and Ponzi schemes. You're supporting a guy that got traction in life by his rich family and creating Kickstarter campaigns that allege he's using the money to hunt for dinosaurs. I also have screenshots, voice recordings from Stephen talking about their strategies, which you can be privy to what you've already been handed on to whistleblowers companies mentioned above. If you are going to represent this guy, it will be in the public arena. Harmans lawyers chases the money, doesn't have anything to do with ethics or supporting New Zealanders, instead supports scammers such as Stephen McCullah, the self-appointed dinosaur hunter.
Boom. Right, and then it's always good to have a little personal story. Now, I know this company, so hopefully I'm going to play this bit here. This is a bit of a story.
On a personal note, you may be familiar with the company I closed down a few weeks ago, Elite 6 Business Networking. Over the 9 years I owned and ran that company, I met the majority of lawyers and solicitors in Christchurch. Many of these people are in my business family and still give me good solid advice. A little history with Harmans and Elite 6. At the start we had a real advocate for my business networking company, presale, when it was obvious Brent had a big influence in Harmans at the time. Meet up with one of your staff at your work, do it, Evil Genius, who confirmed the history you guys have with presale. Win didn't seem to have left your company and a good standing, for whatever reason. Personally never connected with them, not my type of lawyer, and obviously not very good at spotting a scam. 1% it to him by slimy salespeople. Let me explain. There was an event at Shadow on the Park. Group of Australians thought they would come along and try scamming a bunch of Kiwis. I spotted Brent in the audience. I was there with 3 of my colleagues doing research and development about scams. Brent didn't listen to my advice even though I was texting them as the event was running, so he knew better and invested. 2 days after the event it was in the paper. Everyone at the event lost the money, including Brent. I'm very street savvy when it comes to these scams, and I've been researching them for years, and I have saved people from losing a ton of money. I'm proud of my efforts to date. Rather than supporting these animals, I would recommend not getting involved, especially if it could tarnish your reputation. Help me fight the scammers. Don't support them nor take their blood money. There's a real scamdemic going on at the moment. Do not give them the fuel to continue. I have good support network, but it would be awesome if companies like yours actually gave pro bono advice to individuals like me to take on these ugly scammers.
Yeah, so that was interesting because I'm pretty sure Brent Salwin was a partner of Harman Lawyers. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that, or don't send me a cease and desist letter. But I'm not entirely sure, but I know he left not in a good relationship. And there I were at an event, and there he is in the audience, and I'm going, this is a scam. So I text him, because I stored his details, and he says, no, you don't know what you're talking about. 2 days later, it was in the paper that they lost, everyone that invested lost all their money. And I texted him and said, did you get your money back? And he goes, no. I said, well, you should have listened to me, shouldn't you, you silly boy? Okay, Martin Kingsbury. Now, he's also asked me to include this letter, which I can read. We'll put in here, but this letter is going to go back to Stephen McCullah as well. So here we go. We're going to listen to Steve's letter. Sorry.
I wish to warn you about Mr. Stephen McCullah, who in my opinion is one of the lowest life forms on this planet. superseded only by a cockroach. I am a victim of the McCullah Hyper Technologies Incorporated trading as LunaOne XLN token and well versed of the numerous outright lies and misrepresentations claimed by this company. Much of the lies and misrepresentations fall under civil law, and you will be well aware as to why I have not taken action myself. Mr. McCullah has in fact committed the crime of fraud, a criminal act which I and my community are pursuing for authority to investigate. I have sent details of this crime many times to LunaOne, even asking if I am incorrect, please explain. To date I received no reply. Please see my last email to LunaOne below. Remember, they were accepting investors' payments right up to the 31st of October 2022 and released the statement on the 1st of November 2022 to LunaOne on the 19th of December 2022. Dear sirs, I believe you have committed the crime of fraud. You took investors' money on a promised 25-cent launch, knowing the XLN token was to be launched at 5 cents. This is a crime and it's called fraud. You were happily taking investors' money all the way up to launch day. Us investors were excited to watch the 25-cent launch. There was never ever a mention of anything different, yet behind the scenes you had this 80% steal planned and coordinated. I can prove that you planned this act of fraud, taking one paragraph from your document LunaOne Metaverse listing, released the 1st of November, 2022. It states, the executive decision, which may have not been a popular one amongst the community, does come with a very intentional and integral long-term strategy and should not be misunderstood as a hasty, arbitrary, last-minute change of course. The decision was made with care, foresight, and insight by strategic planners who have been key players in the crypto space since its inception. This statement of LunaOne proves that at some point before launch Stephen McCullah, LunaOne, knew they were launching at 5 cents, yet kept taking investors' money and keeping this fact a secret. I am at present writing to police, politicians, consumer enforcement agencies, and anybody I can think of who may help. I am also posting on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter and Telegram. I am a very unhappy investor. I believe you have missold to me and I want my money back. I invested £10,000 and believe you have stolen £8,000 from me. I give you this opportunity to make good what you have done. If you do not agree with my statement here, please advise where you believe I am incorrect. Yours faithfully, Martin Kingsbury.
God, Stephen's just going to spend his whole life in court, but they're not. The only one that's going to go to court is him. What are we doing here? Full Metaverse licensing document viewed at... Okay, target. All right, so I'm just going to read some more. I just want everyone who's spent the time to have their moment to get their voice across.
Your target, Danny Heck, is only the voice of a community of Stephen McCullah victims. LunaOne has about 11,000 pre-investor victims, many of which would love the opportunity to tell their story to a court of law. I am itching to go head-to-head with McCullah. Please add me to your target list. I have addressed this LunaOne matter with him and he is ready and waiting for any legal correspondence. My lawyer details are as follows. Lawyer Gareth Jones, Sperrin Law, 81 Chancery Lane, London, W.
Don't need to know that.
Now I speak to you as an honest human being. Your client is a master crook, and he has been getting away with stealing the money from honest people like your mum and dad for many years. I have had a quick look at your company Harmans and you look like a good honest business. Earth calling Mars, why on earth would you take on such a client? You cannot possibly need the money that badly. Remember, he is using the money he stole from us victims to pay you. I would suggest you take a much closer look at your client, as this man needs to be behind bars to protect people of the world from him. I for one have no intention of backing down until I see charges brought against this man.
Boom. So we've got people that are after you, Stephen. It's not rocket science. Alrighty, it's getting late. I am going to play a brilliant little conclusion. I might put this all up as one big video and then I will chop it up and put it out as little videos so that I get the attention of people. But this one here is brilliant. I'm just going to do a clicker so I know where I am. Where is that clicker? Alrighty, and that was at Jesus Christ. Oh, excuse Jesus, 54. Okay, this is comical. Now brace yourself, guys. I've been here standing in the same spot for so many hours. I'm starting to go a bit doty, but this is good stuff. So first things first, let's make the font big enough. So this is 2 days old, 24 hours old, and Steve has asked his community to share himself. Now, Steve's getting desperate. Every time we do a video, we get a reaction. Now, he wouldn't react to it if he was a big boy. He doesn't give a flying about us. But here is Stephen's email to us. And I just want you to listen to this. And you tell me when you listen to this statement whether he's threatening us with grievous bodily harm, financial ruin, or what is his motive by sending this email out to his own community to pass on to other people that are speaking out like me. This reeks desperation. That's what I'm going to say. So here we go. Have a listen to this.
I want to make sure this gets sent to the right people, so please feel free to spread this around. We have been told that some of these pathetic, absolutely obsessed psychopaths are trying to contact governments to somehow prove we are a scam. First of all, if we are working with a government, then wouldn't that show, in and of itself, that we are not a scam? Obviously, if we were a scam with no products, then why would we spend the immense time and resources to court one government, much less money? What this shows is that you know we are legit, but you don't want us to succeed because you are too fueled by anger. You would rather destroy the lives of thousands of people than for us to succeed because it goes against your idiotic, depraved narrative. I want to make it known that if someone does this, we will be made aware immediately and given the information of that person. We have several $1 million and a legal team set aside just for this type of thing. Why do you think so many media organizations have published public apologies? My promise is that if when we find out someone is actively trying to sabotage us and defame our name, even once, we will lock onto you like a leech and sue you like there is no tomorrow. We will make it known to the world. We will call you out to everyone and we will never stop suing you. We will sue you until there is nothing left but ashes, and we will assign a legal team to watch those ashes until there is any microscopic sign of life. As soon as there is, we will sue the hell out of you again until you don't have a dime to your name. We will do this without thinking because you are messing with multi-million-dollar contracts and something that will affect millions of lives. If someone wants a war, we will sure as hell give them one. We have already been given names and we have handed those to our legal teams. We are going to start calling these people out and dropping lawsuits. We will be calling employers. We will be bringing them into the situation. Don't pick a fight with a bull if you don't want to deal with the consequences. We will never stop, not until they are on the streets. We just send out subpoenas to Telegram and Twitter. We will expose and destroy.
Bullshit! What a load of crock, you fucking flower. What a dick. You're just crap. I mean, bring it on, brother. We have a very strong community that's willing to take you on. Stop talking, start doing, you coward. What a coward. That's my answer to that one. Had to let that one play out. I mean, things like our legal team will watch those ashes until there's no microscopic sign of life. I mean, oh, mate, what an idiot. All right, so that was I think that was about 4 days ago, that one. And then we get these other things. I mean, some of these claims are just so unbelievable. And he must really have his head so far up his own ass. But you've got to listen to some of these claims. Nearly done.
So we are working very hard now to get Knoxnet out. The pressure is very high on our side and we are working non-stop.
Boom.
We have frustrated clients that have been waiting, so I have making my every focus to do just that. Everyone is going non-stop and of course I am the middleman, along with our sales team. So there is nothing I want more than to get this out. Lol. We have banks that will use Knox Wire from US and in Europe, but our biggest market is Africa and our patterns, and I believe we can become the network that connects that continent. We are going to launch a press release for this shortly. In Nigeria, largest market in Africa, and Zimbabwe, we have an epic product that no one else there can give them. So we have been working with the president's son and our team in Zimbabwe and our local team in Nigeria to take over those countries. We have all of the largest banks excited and eager in both countries. The team will be filming their trip to Nigeria, so you'll see that firsthand. In Zimbabwe, GSX and Apollo blockchain is catching on like wildfire. If you haven't seen the pics, definitely check them out. It's growing at an unparalleled rate. So between GSX being used as a currency and Knox Wire, we are taking over these markets and will be able to show that happening. Like the dozens of pics with vendors. Even the government in Zimbabwe wants to use Knox Wire now, because they have a hard time sending funds. The wait is almost over, guys. Please, just stay put. You will not regret your bet on us.
Now, if you have a little bit of time, why don't you send a letter to the Zimbabwe government and ask them about this statement that Steve's making? Because I think you'll be unpleasantly surprised. There's no statement. And the photos, which I'm about to show you at the end, are photos of people in what they look like shanty towns in their markets, holding up signs saying that we're using Knox wire. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't even understand the Knox wire stuff and all these claims. I don't get it. But the way this guy talks is full of shit. And honestly, what that the top statement was saying, if we contact these organisations and ask them, then every time he posts a statement out, he talks about 1,000, then it's 2,000, then it's 3,000, 4,000. Let's listen to another statement.
GSX payment app has 4,000 users with hundreds signing up a day. If you go to Zimbabwe, you will be able to see the hundreds of vendors accepting it now. This GSX that they buy will start coming off exchanges. This will start revving up the market.
Excellent. Start revving up the market using shanty towns if they are using your payment gateway. Why didn't you show us the FPOS machines and the like? Oh, she's got photos of those too. They don't exist. This is full of shit. This guy's got so many claims that you could pin a tail on it and still wouldn't be called a weasel. So listen to this one.
They are up to over 16,000 active users and hundreds of vendors in Zimbabwe on the GSX payment system. They said we will hit 20,000 by next week. We may have already hit close to that. I need to check the newest numbers. We are about to launch our new banking system there, which will be huge for this.
Goody, goody, goody.
GSX is up to 25,000 users in Zimbabwe and hundreds of small vendors. We will be getting that GSX off the exchange shortly, so it should greatly affect the market.
Good stuff, mate. You're doing well.
Wow, guys, GSX is growing insanely fast in Zimbabwe. 1,000 plus vendors, 30,000 plus users, Zim offices with 24/7 support, booths in O areas and expanding, 60 plus commission employees.
Yeah, we tried to get support on their website and nothing happened. It's a crock. Somebody thought they'd try it, their 7-day, 24-hour support thing. It was actually Sultan. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. It didn't get a reply. No 24/7 help support desk. Crazy.
If I had to explain Apollo in a nutshell, it would go something like this. Apollo started out as a privacy coin. Then we started developing many other technologies. Our CBDC system was the first finished, so I and the team went to Africa to push it. I got stuck in Zimbabwe and we spent a lot of resources and time in Zim. Then it imploded, went from $1 to $10 to Zim dollar to 1 to 800. So I realized that we need to hit many at once, which we have been doing. I have personally been to 11 central banks.
What banks?
This inspired Knox Wire, because every central bank we spoke to begged for just the ability to use a platform like Knox Wire to send funds to pay bills. We spent 3 years building Knox Wire, and now that it's out we have so much business we can't handle the onboarding because of the number of inquiries.
Bullshit.
So we are expanding. Now we have realized that this long struggle, which was considered a hardship before, is actually our biggest miracle. We are the only RTGS financial messaging system on the market, and at a timing that could not be more perfect. Add in a currency that central banks will accept, that reduces reliance on USD, and we have a shot at taking a chunk out of, not just SWIFT, but USD as a reserve currency.
Wow, this guy's going to conquer the world.
The long hard road that many have complained about could very well be the thing that puts APL and GSX into a position no one else can compete with.
Have you had enough of his bullshit yet? Well, I've got a couple more. We haven't got too many more. I spent hours and hours and hours going through all this footage and screenshots, and I was going to show you this and prove this, and it just gets to the stage where you have to do a piss take on the guy. And I've got about 3 more paragraphs. They get better, so have a listen.
It's been my dream for some time. I thought we had it early on, but I'm so glad we didn't. What we have going forward is astronomically larger. Apollo has been an evolving beautify for years, and not it's evolved in something larger than even I ever thought it could be. GSX is actually becoming a currency in Africa now, 30,000 daily active users, last I checked, and it's been growing at 20% per week. When those figures are plugged into the exchange, then it will shoot to very high heights. Anyone that would like to visit to see the network is welcome to at this point. We have a lot to show.
Oh my God, he's going to start up another visitor centre, and that's going to be an attraction. It's going to be called Disneyland. All right, so this statement here blew me away. Now, this is 12 hours ago, maybe 24 hours ago, and this was the most amazing statement I've actually heard. Someone who's got so much going for him basically has put so much on the line with an opportunity he's been keeping secret from his community. And soon he's going to be using the new studio to launch or announce something else that no one's privy to in the future that will never happen or eventuate. But this shows you the desperation that this guy is now getting. His lies are caught up with him. He can't keep up with his own lies. He needs to create bigger and more flatulent lies than this. So let's have a listen to this. Hopefully I've still got you with me.
I stinking love you all. I've been watching your messages while I have been typing, which is why it's taken a bit longer. As much as I have been complaining recently about Telegram, I will miss it. Anyway, here is the message. Great take. You're right, Todd. This is why our top goal, and really only major goal at this point, is mass adoption and use cases, and why we have spent millions over the last 3 years to launch things that have the potential to open crypto up to the mainstream, although the things we have chosen to pursue are the hardest, slowest things to implement, because it deals with government. The amazing thing is that when that plays out, it will leapfrog over even if in terms of adoption and usage. I am so excited to finally be able to fully explain our vision, progress, etc., using a not only video, but a AAA studio. I think this will set things on fire, right about the time things actually happen, but better late than never. Lol. Now for some good news. I can, finally, confidently, say that the long, painful wait should be completely and totally behind us at this point. You all have been incredibly patient. We should now only be weeks away from big developments. Between everything we're doing, one has to blow in the immediate future, and many will follow once they start hitting. Trust me, no one has been more eager than me to get what we have dedicated every waking moment to out. I have been holding so much in. The truth is, on top of everything we have mentioned previously, I went all in on something that I have never mentioned before. Even some of the team didn't know about it until recently. I would bet everything I own that it will come as an absolute and total shock to not only everyone here, but the world. I only bring it up tonight because I was given news this evening that strongly indicates this gamble has finally...
Okay, so here he talks about... I've got to stop it. Here he says he's bet everything he owns on it. And then he admits that he has bet everything he owned. A total shock. Not only everyone here, but the whole world.
I only bring it up tonight because I was given news this evening that strongly indicates this gamble has finally paid off. There are a few things that need to happen before we can finally announce it. But it's insanely close, and once these things happen, I will be announcing this on Stratus and YouTube via video. I am sure that many of you remember when I announced Stratus. It sounded absurd because it was such a big vision. Well, that's playing out now, and we are about to launch 3 of its biggest platforms. These platforms make the current ecosystem look like a calculator app.
Jesus. So he's created this amazing ecosystem that you watched if you've been with me for the last 4 hours that is better than YouTube, Twitter, TikTok and Facebook. And now he's telling you that he's got a new platform that's even better.
Surprisingly, this development is even more ambitious than a sovereign economic zone. It was something that was a possibility, but certainly far from guaranteed and difficult to achieve in a short period of time. To our amazement, the stars seem to have aligned perfectly, and it's gone faster than almost anything else. We are incredibly close, and it may even be our first major announcement. It's something that must have AAA production quality to go with it, so that is the main thing we will be working on, to complement it. Anyway, I just came on here to say, I know most of you have been incredibly patient as we have working to design, develop and implement a long-term plan. I am so thankful for those here, and I can't wait to make your day. I want you to know that I see it. I appreciate it. With any gamble there is a chance it could not work, and that's something that has weighed heavily on me for some time. Tonight I can say, with mile-wide smile on my face, I am absolutely confident we will not let you down. We will also make this the best gamble you ever made. Love all of you guys. Don't lose heart. Don't even think of giving up on APL now. Not right before we finally walk across the finish line. Keep an incredibly close eye out on the new videos coming. Very soon you are going to be halfway through and get the shock of your life.
Alrighty. I can't remember the name of it, but I talked about it earlier on, but there's this new guy that used to be his manager or CEO, whoever it is. He's left and he's started up this new U-Reel. I wish I could remember it, but I'm too tired. Anyway, I'm assuming that everyone's been saying he's about to launch another coin or another opportunity. And I'm sure the way he's talked about production, I'm sure it will be something like that. All very exciting, but all happening in the future, nothing substantial. Right, so this is a message from Natalie. Now, Natalie is his legal advice, and this is what she's wrote out. Now, the USA, which is the United Allied States, which Mr. President, who wants to be made famous as Steve McChicken, we call him, he is actually... they closed down the Telegraph Group for the United Allied States, which is really weird. So they try to cover up their tracks when they stuff up. But anyway, this was an announcement from legal today.
Hello everyone. Yesterday we have closed the UAS group and other group that was managed by myself. The reason for that is because we are starting a process of securing Apollo activity. We are taking it to a new high level where the groups that will be held under the company management will be supervised and managed with secure methods. We are getting ourselves prepared for the future where our company will be heading to higher qualitative scale, and we're acting to prevent or reduce as much as possible LLS activity or other harmful activities may occur also by organizations who may have interests to do so. We are taking these actions to get prepared to the possibility of being on the field of the big players, so we're aiming to have community which will function free of attacks or less attacks, organized and providing our holders clean and secure environment to be in. This whole process is ongoing and deleting old small groups is part of it. I have mentioned around a month ago. Also that we will be doing changes that should make us speed up and be more efficient, and Steve is doing that. Soon you'll also be presented the new arrangement or structure for AMA questions, and the team and the holders will have this procedure scheduled on a regular base starting soon. Of course that process is happening in parallel to the business development and progress, as well as the technology development, the marketing, the legal and rest of departments. They all functioning together and results should follow. Also GSX development is expanding while we are speaking. Going to be wonderful. Have a great weekend.
All right, so basically, is that the same one? Yesterday, it is the same one. I got there twice. Have a great weekend. That's cool. All right, so that's that. Now we just got the last part of the video to do and we're done. But basically what they're saying is they have these Telegram groups and they're out of control. People like me can go in there and have their 2 cents worth, and now they're heavily policed and they're knocking out people that speak out against them, unhappy investors, because they believe that we're ruining their future. They don't have a future, and we are ruining their future because we don't want them to get any traction. We don't want them to scam any other people. So this is the very last part of my video, and this part is quite comical. Now, we've got Stephen McCullah. Now, he's 33 years of age. He started scamming people at the age of 22. This guy is a compulsive liar. And this last part is him on a rant. And I just want you to listen to the psychology of what he says. Now, from memory, I can't remember what this is actually about, but I do think this part is actually where he states that he has absolutely nothing to do with LunaOne. And as you saw with my cease and desist letter, it tells me that Hyper Tech Technologies is actually the owner of LunaOne, which is a big contradiction. So everyone in the community, when they saw my cease and desist letter, which you meant to keep personal, Danny put it online, they said, what? He's admitting that he owns that company. Stephen come back and he was fuming with the lawyers that he hired. I don't know where they got that information from, that you were the owner, but they told me that you were the owner of LunaOne. So I think the next video is actually him alleging that he had nothing to do with LunaOne. And I just want you to hear the lies. Then the video, the sound after that, I've got a whole lot of slideshows. And it's kind of like the Steve McCullah photo album. Funny photos that I've found on the groups. And I've tried to make it sort of like a photo gallery. So it's going to be quite exciting. This video has gone on for 4 hours and 14 minutes. And I'm going to do another clicker so I can line up my sound. And hopefully, when I click that, that will help me line up the audio, as I said. And yep, so I'm just going to go for another one. What did we say it was? 4:14. Very exciting for people watching. But if you stand here for 4 hours, who would think that this would take me probably 5 hours to do? Incredible. Anyway, without further ado, let's listen to the bullshit from Steve. And just tell me if you think this guy has a lying problem. Or does he really think he's God?
On those 2 points, LunaOne and Golding. Number one, I have posted on Mainnet, they have posted, the LunaOne team has posted, like, on their blog. They've made statements. The entire time, I have literally said exactly how we are involved with LunaOne, how we are involved with Gold Inc. Okay, Gold Inc., I'm an investor in Gold Inc. I've said that, I don't know, at least half a dozen times on Mainnet. You can go and you can pull up many of them.
Okay, so there he claims he doesn't own the company, but now he says he's an investor. However, the game is structured in a way that if you play the game hard enough, you're going to win real gold. Now, Sultan has put $40,000 into that game, and he's never received a cent out of it. So it's a lie. It's a statement. He claims he's got nothing to do with it, but he has. The next statement is priceless.
Okay, I've never once denied, like, having, like, being, I'm not really involved with Gold Inc., but we do have, like, we are invested in it. Okay, I don't control Gold Inc. Gold Inc., like, there's never been anything raised from Gold Inc.
But your best mate actually did a TV commercial or a promo video promoting it, right? So the same guy that's in your company reading out the winners from your competition is also doing promotion videos for Gold Inc. Okay.
Gold Inc. is just a game. That's it. There's no...
No, it's not a game. You can win real gold.
Like, there's no money being, like, people, like, buying anything that, like, buying any coins or anything like that. Like, it's you know, they can buy things in the app just like any other app, but it's not, there's absolutely zero fundraising or anything to do with that. So there's no controversy involved, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, we love Gold Inc. We're excited about it. LunaOne, number one, we said the whole time we had a successful CDE with GSX. Okay. We have the technology that we have. I mean, literally, we've had probably dozens of companies come to us and ask us, hey, can you help us with coin raises? And we've turned almost everybody down. LunaOne was one that we said, okay, we'll help you guys. We can basically power the CDE. And the only reason that we did is because of DFS. They were going to use our decentralized file storage. So we said, okay, well, that's going to be a great use case for us. We'll go ahead and help them with their CDE. And so we gave them the platform, we gave them the format we used, we helped them accept payments in the U.S., and which is kind of, I guess, part of the market. And anyway, so the rest is history. I said this from the very beginning. There was never any denying that. It's always been the exact story. It's what they've said. It's what I've said. Anyway.
Alrighty. So just to reiterate, the cease and desist letter that I got from Hyper Technology Group, this is the 4. Just to reiterate.
4. As you will no doubt be aware, Hypertech is a Missouri-based company that carries on business in the cryptocurrency, metaverse and non-fungible token, NFT, space. Mr. McCullah is the CEO of Hypertech. Hypertech is the company behind LunaOne and is associated with Apollo Fintech. Accordingly, any statements made in respect of LunaOne and or Apollo Fintech are statements made about Hypertech. To be clear, Hypertech is not associated with the Hyperverse.
So, bullshit, Steve. Your own lawyer's letter to me says that you are the owner of LunaOne. So why would you spew this shit out to people? You forgot your own lies. Brilliant. Carry on, Steve. Tell us another story.
Okay,
Okay, so this is the photo gallery part of it. And you'll see lots of photos coming up here. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but if I can afford to hire a lawyer in New Zealand and get them to write me a 4-page letter about how I've broken some law in America, and they're going to drag me back to America and prosecute me and sue the hell out of me, or they're going to take me to the New Zealand High Court and they're going to sue me for millions of dollars worth of losses, sure. I can afford to hire someone to walk around with a piece of paper, giving people $5 and saying, take a photo. Even if this is true, is this a $1 trillion gold-backed currency? Enjoy listening to Steve ramble on why we listen we watch the photo gallery that's about to play out. Hope you've enjoyed. I'll try to be quiet so I can go to bed. It is now 20 to 1 in the morning.
Guys, finally, I'm going to hit a voice note real quick to go over everything. I want to make this video perfect. I'm really excited about it. I can't even wait. It's going to go in depth over.
Just want to stop it there. This is some photos of Knox wire. Now, they're meant to be in Nigeria. Now, some of these photos can look quite convincing and look like they're actually running it. But if you listen to the tweet, be sure to drop your business card at the Knox wire exhibitor booth to win Omi electric scooter. And there was a photo of electric scooter being won on the stage, and they had a bag over it with Knox wire. But that's not what I'm doing this for. The point is, these guys are only exhibitors. They are not running the event. They are trying to push whatever they're selling onto people. But when we're looking at it from other countries like New Zealand, Australia, America, they're alleging that they're doing these amazing things. And it sounds like they're just trying to get a payment gateway going. So what? It's crap. But you haven't got a mine, and you're not mining for gold, and you're certainly not gold back like you say you are. It's actually impossible to be gold back. And that's what this is all about. So let's just clearing up a few loose ends here. Hey, some of this information may not be 100%. This is just my observation. If you've spent the last 4.5 hours watching this video, then hopefully you can see this is too hard for Danny to make up, and this guy's just full of shit.
How we are equal and better than Swift, and how we're the only competitor of Swift. It doesn't really make sense until you learn how Swift works. It's actually kind of a crazy system, but anyway.
Oh, there's Cliff and Tamara. I think it's Tamara. I call her Tamara. Might be one of the Muppets.
So I'm going to hit a lot of the main questions.
That is meant to be the mine. That is where it all starts. That is $1 trillion gold right there.
So you got fees. So fees really haven't changed.
That's Steve's tractor.
We'll be setting a average fee or an exact fee once we get those first payments going through. I don't want to go through and say.
Now, if you don't recognize those guys, that's actually the run guys in Apollo's offices, and so is the next photo.
We need more transactions on the system to be able to set that confidently. But whenever we do, it'll be, like I said, anywhere from 2 cents to, I mean, it could be. I don't want to say it.
I love the K-bars. That is the biggest scam in the world. That is a proper Ponzi scheme. I often wondered if he was connected to GS Partners, but the K-bars were associated with K-bars was associated with GS Partners. They reckon they picked up a lot of the people that got burnt by K-bars, but there's too many connections for it not to be connected. Same database, but that's the first decentralized bank.
2-hour number, and then it come down. 10 cents per transaction. It just depends. So I don't want to hold. A number and then.
I'm not entirely sure this photo, but I think one of the guys that's big at promoting it used to be a car dealer. Could be wrong.
Have that change, or we might start lower and then raise it as we can confidently. But if you think about it, 2 cents is what? I mean, that's like, gosh, I want to say. I'll check. I'll do my math first. I won't put out a math figure from my head, but it's like, I mean, if I'm thinking right, it's something like 2,000% higher than the transactions. The fee that you're getting right now for forging, and you're also going to see, way more transactions than we have on Apollo blockchain. So so that's fees. Exchanges, basically the exact reason that we switched to USDT is to consolidate that volume. So right now we're consolidating the volume, and we are, to those few pairs. That allows us to not have to worry so much about the minimums.
They put your name upside down, mate, just saying.
So like on KuCoin, we have a minimum that we have to uphold for every single.
See this ramble that he's going on about? This just goes on after you listen to, 5 hours of Steve McCullah going on and rambling on. It's just one lie after the other. The guy's obviously got a problem lying and he just can't stop himself. Give it up, Steve. Your game's up. This is your last year. Enjoy it. We're taking you off the planet. Well, we're taking you off the internet. Hopefully you'll go away and live with all your millions. Just stop scamming people. We're sick of it.
Pairing, and that's why extending exchanges is.
Oh, there's my mate. Dan's Road to Riches, ex-convict. Thank you for all the videos of reviewing all the fake news like they had some authenticity. You did a good job, Dan.
Is dangerous because you don't want to go too low on any pairing.
And that was the other guy who was disgruntled about, he was boosting, promoting, what do you call it? He was promoting LunaOne. And then obviously he realized he got scammed. So Dan's Roads to Riches met up with them, and they just had a photo. So I thought
So we don't want to water down our volume. It also makes it look very bad.
Oh, I did put the photo of him in there. So that's Dan Rhodes' Riches putting on lipstick.
Bad for investors.
Sorry, it's not a very good photo.
You don't have a lot of.
I don't know who this guy is, but he has been coming up in our chat. So to make it comical, I thought I'd throw him in there.
Far spread.
There's a real good video of him dancing.
And not a lot of volume on a certain pairing. So anyway, keeping those pairings will also keep the volatility down significantly. I think we're actually removing a lot of them tomorrow. Because Bitcoin, and Ethereum, as you know, have been a sinking ship. So we're getting us away from that. Will be good. In fact, we had quite a few people today even tell me, they're like, Apollo has been pretty stable compared to the rest of the market. It hasn't, it's gone up astronomically in the past, to 1 cent, but it's stayed pretty steady. It's gone down a little bit from where it was, but it's been pretty steady. And
Mr. President,
both market caps of GSX and Apollo are very small in comparison, obviously. So those can both fly at an astronomical number, fly back to their all-time highs really easily. So anyway, going forward, so we have exchanges that we hit on. Basically, as we cut down those, even tomorrow, we have price protection, market making that's going to really try to help sustain a constant. It's not perfect. It can't hold everything. It can't cause, keep from. It basically just limits drastic plunges and helps from drastic plunges, and sometimes helps raise the price. So anyway, we have them working on that right now. We have so that's one of the biggest.
Alrighty, well, 10 minutes to go. I'm going to let you listen to Steve ramble. I will come back about 1 minute too. I'm going to go get a drink. It's very, very late at night. Remember the picture here, fake news. He's tried his best to smear my good name. The African guy, we don't know who he is. We know who Steve is. We know who Pinocchio is, and I think they're related. But I am Danny DeHick, and I am the crypto Ponzi scheme Avenger, nicknamed that by the New York Times. I had a whole featured article on there about my quest to name and shame anyone that is running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam. Stephen McCullah is a scammer. And you can listen to him rave on here. The last 10 minutes, I just thought if you had a headphone on and you wanted to listen to the bullshit that's coming out of his mouth and the stories, he's talking to himself on a voice recording, and we're just listening to him ramble on and tell one story after the other. Totally full of it. So I'm going to, hopefully I can click the right button. That's it. And I should be, am I going to be out of it? That's the one. I think that will work. I will let you listen to Steve. I will come back in 9 minutes time.
Benefits, but then we're able to extend to more exchanges once we get that consolidated, which is kind of one of the benefits. So, and then of course, like the Elon post, I love that. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to say anything. I always make the mistake of saying things too early, and promise myself, because I always get so excited about things whenever they come up. I sometimes I can't help myself. I just, because I know you guys are sitting there. You don't know what's going on. You don't know. You just kind of happen to kind of along for the ride, and I want to give you as much as I possibly can, of course. But I'll just say this, and we've had a few members of the community who have kind of helped on the back end and have seen some of these things, on the African side, the partnerships and stuff. But it's really exciting. Wow. Especially on the lithium and side, and there's a lot of other metals that we're working with that are just in really high demand, that are they have a high potential for big partnerships and selling for large amounts that could really impact everything. So on that side, like the one great thing about this economy, about the craziness of everything, where we're at, these are incredibly strategic metals, especially on the battery side. The demand is astronomical, and we're in a really good place, so that's cool. But yeah, as far as like price, I'm never gonna comment on the price, but I will say, Apollo, I see the branding, the rebranding, and that was one of the other questions. I want to rebrand as soon as humanly possible. It's got to be done perfectly, though, in my opinion. Apollo will have its own site. It won't be on the Apollo Fintech site. It'll be mentioned there, but it's going to have, it'll have a new name. I think that in and of itself, there's been a lot of coins, Matic and Polygon. You've seen where there's been a lot of situations where a project has been in the same spot for a long time, rebrand, and boom, flies. We need that. I think investors behind us, believe that we need it, and we're definitely going to look at doing that like really quick. So I think between that announcements and everything that we have going for Apollo, and of course fees once they kick in, is going to start driving that force up. Marketing, I think I don't know if I touched on that in this one. Basically, real quick, switching out coin payments for Coinbase, if I haven't touched on it yet. Coin payments basically took out, removed U.S. visitors. The team didn't see it in time, and that's fine. They could basically, when they tested, it worked fine because they weren't in the U.S. So we basically are going out. We've got that new update coming. That's going to hit, and then we're going to put a much larger campaign. We have a list that's literally it's 40 times larger for influencers than we have now. We're going to pump that out, and yeah, we expect to get significantly more videos, much bigger influencers, and we'll be pumping that hard once we can get that that process efficient. And it doesn't take much. The first few videos we had before, when it was working, GSX went up 11%. So we know it works, and we know it can work, really well. And I apologize for the delay on that. Anyway, okay, so we got most everything covered. UAS. I'm gonna have to do I need to do an update video on that. We've got some new things moving. I don't want to say anything too soon on it, but what I will say is GSX and the momentum on the ground is astronomical. I would suggest anybody that has the time and free income, go to Zimbabwe and check it out yourself. There are thousands of vendors now, and it's exploding. When they said that they were turning it into a currency, I didn't know what to think, but they really are. I mean, this as many people as in a city are using it for daily goods now, and it's super cool. So I know that in and of itself has the potential. I know they're working just to get that price up to 4 cents and get that rolling, but that rolling into the main, basically like allow deposits from main, the main chain. So anyway, that's super, super cool. So I think that's about it. I'll cover the rest in the video, but guys, I mean, I know it's been a long, hard roll. I know that a hard road. It's been hard to roll too. But guys, thank you so much for the patience. Thank you for just sticking with us. I promise you that I will not let you down. I know the market is horrible right now. We had nothing but really, really terrible luck in terms of not just us, but I mean just the with exchanges going out and everything like that. That's why I wanted to remove Knox Exchange for that very reason, and switch to a new model, because the hedging itself, we did have the volume of 300 exchanges, but the issue is you have to extend your funds to many exchanges, and you don't have control. Like I am somebody who is incredibly conservative with user funds. It scares the heck out of me to hold.
Did he say scares the heck out of them? Sorry about that, Steve.
Anybody's funds, because it's so easy nowadays to have vulnerabilities. And so I'm very paranoid with user funds. And for that reason, I don't like any exchanges whatsoever that I don't have control over, obviously. And so it was hard to sleep at night sometimes whenever you had to rely on those exchanges, even Binance sometimes. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. I'm also going to do a separate one on Knox Bank as well. But basically, I'll just touch on it right now. Knox Bank, we have a partner coming on. We're going to be utilizing one of their banking license, but we're also working on our, of course, we already have a financial institution backing in Canada, but we're working on another one in Switzerland, which gives us another correspondent account. So we'll be launching that in cards shortly. That's really exciting. But I mean, it's been a priority. It just has taken a little bit of I pushed it down along with everything else to get everything going with Knox Wire. Knox Wire is like, I mean, to say that it is, to say that it's important right now is a gross understatement. Right now, the world needs it and needs it quick. And so that we've been putting everything we have into it. We're extending everything drastically. And I can't wait for everybody to finally see the fruit of that labor. We have other partnerships coming up that we'll be announcing. So that's really exciting. Integration is going really well. We'll have a lot of the speeds coming through, and I'll touch more on that. But yeah, anyway, I'm going to start working on this video again. Guys, thank you so much. Post anything, tag Charles in it that you want to see for another voice note. I'll try to do another one even this week. I'll kind of get with you guys on that, keep you up to date. And anyway, guys, thank you so much. I will hit you guys up hopefully before Friday. So have a good week and keep on keeping on.
Well, what can I say? I mean, you know, I kind of feel sorry for him in a way, because he's obviously got a disorder where he's just a compulsive liar. So, you know, what do you do to help somebody like that? Unfortunately, those guys get traction and they manage to scam people out of money. But I don't know. Has he got much money? I mean, how does he sleep at night? I think it's disgusting. I want to take him off the internet. I want him to come after me. I want you to try your legal team advice. This video will be rendered when I go to bed at night. And then it will go on the internet. I will break it into segments and chuck bits out here and there. And hopefully it will help people who are thinking about investing in anything to do with Stephen McCullah. If you want to help us, then please do go to my website, which is danny.co.nz or deheck.com. There's a page on my website that is called Contact. It's not rocket science. If you go there, it will ask you for your name, your phone number, your email. It'll ask you what country you're in. It will ask you for the name of the Ponzi scheme or the scam that you've been involved in. It will ask me for the date that you put the money in, and it will ask you for the amount. If you've got any leads about anyone or any information, just email me or submit it to me. I'm literally building up a database of people like Stephen, and then we're whistleblowing these guys to the organisations that can actually get these people off the streets, so to speak. I've done quite a few videos on them. This is the biggest one. I have overwhelming evidence that this guy is a scammer. I have documents of where he lives, his house, people he communicates with, and just all sorts of things. You know, and it's a shame that there's people like that who make their living by misleading and scamming and taking people's money. So, I'm Danny DeHeck, and I'm been nicknamed the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. Thank you for letting me waste 4 hours and 43 minutes of my life exposing Stephen McCullah as a scammer. I hope that my $400 or $500 an hour or $700 or $800 an hour lawyer had to spend 5 hours watching this video, because that will give Stephen a bill of about $2,500 just because I produced a long video. But I'm pretty sure there's nothing that that lawyer can actually do to stop people like me giving their opinion on people like Stephen McCullah. You've been listening to Danny DeHeck, the Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger. Please make sure you subscribe, make sure you like this video, and please post a comment to encourage me to do other videos exposing Stephen.